Shut up and sit down.
Gang, Colin here, Festa 67's workshop, and
hello,
the guru himself. Yes, it's the Foxykins, folks. So hopefully we're nice and crystal clear still. We'll get the pimping out the way first and get that all done, and then we can sit and have a yat with everyone and all of that. So first up, if you'd like to help support the channel, you can do so by heading over to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button below this or any of my other video content. It all goes in a big pot of monies, and it helps me pay for all the streaming stuff and everything, and the paints and all of that lot that I use to bring the content to you wonderful folks. You can also join Fox over on patreon.com/modelmakingguru, or head over to youtube.com/@gurufox. You'll notice we got our handles in our little boxes there, so you can all see them. So we got our little names and handles in there. So you could also click the join button under any of these content. That gives you access to the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout. If you do an @Festa67's workshop or an @ModelMakingGuru in the chat stream, that puts our name in the gold box and we can see your comment. Also, you can help support the channel by clicking the $sign and popping in a super chat, and that gets your name in a nice big box on the screen, and you get a nice beautiful bit of on-screen air guitar. Down, 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 down. So there you go, folks. Let's have a quick looky-loo at who we've got in the chat. I might as well do that. We had John Alex how.to is in, saying hello. Hello, mate. How you doing? Graham Roberts in. He says, hello, mate. Good to be back. Good to see you back, Graham. Model Making Guru, evening parps, kiddos, etc., etc. Hello. Marcus Brunsins.
I'm saying hello to myself.
Absolutely. Yeah, you are. You're waving to yourself as well, aren't you?
Hello, hello. Fox.
Marcus Brunsins says, good evening, Colin Fox, and all in chat, of course. Happy days. What else is there? Graham McRobert says to you, hi, Fox. I hope your mum's all well.
Hello, Grandma. We're doing all right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he says his health wasn't good. That's why he hasn't seen me, but I'm back. Happy days. Get well soon and all of that. Look. The Bobbins has just seen an advert for a railway simulator, even. Definitely something Fox could be into. There you go.
Ooh, no, I like boring slow games, but not quite
exactly.
That boring.
Marcus says it's good to see Graham. Jeff Light is in, says hi, Fox, and everyone in chat. Hello, Jeff. The Bobbins is in, says hi to everyone. We've just had an €11.99 super chat in from Marcus Brun. Thank you very, very much, Marcus. That will be put into my keep the content coming pot. Thank you very kindly for your generosity there, buddy. You should be getting your on-screen air guitar.
Exactly like that, Marcus, yes.
Exactly like that, he says. Paul J. Lewis is in, says I got that wrong. It should have been evening. Colin Fox, the chat, and lurkers watching, but not in the chat. Absolutely.
Lurkers.
Yeah,
if you are a lurker, there's nothing wrong with being a lurker, but do feel free to come and say hello.
Absolutely. We do get lurkers. You know, some folks are happy just to sit in the chat and do their thing. Fraser Green is in, says Isle. Hello, mate.
Welcome, welcome. When I hear the word lurker, all I can think is Burke.
Yeah. What else have we got? Bobbin says handles for tubes. Happy days. Paul Lewis says I like the guffle. Wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggling.
And everyone's saying hello to Fraser. So, yeah. So, anyway, mate, what have you been up there this week, dude?
Sorry, I'm fluffing my Ted. It's quite mesmerising.
It is, isn't it? Sitting there playing with your Ted. That sounded wrong, didn't it?
Everybody can hear that as well. That's my microphone. Everybody can probably hear that on the microphone. It's hard. If you've got one of these Teds on your microphone, it really is hard to not treat it as a stress toy because it's so soft.
It is, mate. It is. But how you been?
Give yours a fluff. Oh, I've been all right, mate. I've not been too bad this week. As usual, I've had no time to get anything done.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, as usual, I've had no time to do really anything this week. So, arse. basically.
Yeah,
so, again,
pretty much,
not
mate.
a productive week at all. Yeah, not a productive week at all, as usual for me. Real life taking over. I had lots of plans this week. No, none of them happened.
Yeah, it went well, didn't it?
Yeah, I had public stuff to do. I had things to film. No, none of it. None of it.
Went really well for you.
So other than that, no, not much. How are you, my friend?
I'm fine and dandy, mate. Fine and dandy, oh, mate. Been a busy little bee this week. 3D printing shed loads of stuff for the you-know-what build. So
I know what, yes.
Yeah, so I've been doing that and focusing on that. Did a little bit of woodwork on the E.Models build on the Wednesday stream. So we, look at my wood.
Really nice.
Look at my wood. Yeah, so,
impressive wood there, Cliff. When you said I've done a little bit, a little bit of, all I could hear was a little bit of toast.
Yeah, been doing me beer barrels and all of that lot. Adam's in, says, good morning, Colin Foxx of the chat. Finally managed to stay up. Also, don't forget, folks, what's in the belly? What's on the bench? What is your beverage of choice? There you go. Belly, bench and beverage. Also, could you let me know the audio and video is behaving as well in the chat, if you could, mates? That would be lovely, because obviously we're doing week number 2 on the new sexy software. So, yeah. So there you go. So hopefully you're seeing us in glorious Technicolor.
But and you sound great to me, but I'm not listening to the video feed, so
absolutely, mate. Yeah, because I don't have it on the other screen because I'm in performance mode. See, so
look at that performance, don't you?
Yeah, I do, mate. I like a bit of performance, mate.
Yeah.
How you been anyway, Geese? And how's Mum?
Yeah, not too bad. Like I said, not done anything this week. Real life. Mama Fox is, bumbling along. I think. For slow recovery, slow has been for the last year. It's still slow.
Takes time, mate. I had it with me mum when she had a big cancer scare, mate. And
very slow process. I'm having to work to her schedule at the minute, which is kind of rubbish, but she's rubbish for doing anything.
Yeah.
So it's a very strange cycle at the minute.
Jeff Light said, audio and video is still good. Thank you very much for the feedback, Jeff, because we was having some issues Sunday, mate, weren't we, with audio, video, but it's crystal clear. And my sound hasn't dropped at all, mate, so it must be something. So we'll go through your settings, mate.
Who, me?
Yeah, because we was having my sound and your sound up and down like an orange drawers last week, weren't we?
It's because Streamlabs was crashing.
Oh, right. Okay, you've sorted it.
Well, I did lots of things that everybody said to do, and it probably hasn't fixed it at all because it crashed on me today when I was streaming. Because when I finished the stream today, and I pressed stop streaming, nothing happened, which means I had to go and force it shut. And I think what happens is, when I'm doing a stream by myself, nobody notices because it still puts the stream out.
Yeah.
But when I've got a co-host like you, the stream still goes out, but you lose the feed to me, and you can't hear me, or I can't hear one of the two.
Yeah, so that's how we know it's going Pete Tong, isn't it?
Yeah, so although it's probably still going out absolutely fine, you can't hear me, and I have to. So I don't know. We'll try it again this Sunday, and if not,
if not, well, we'll come up with Plan B, won't we? So
but let's leave that for other times to talk.
Absolutely, we got some bellies and benches in. Bobbins belly bolognese with pork mince. Bench is a Nimrod, and beverage he's finishing some rum. Have one for me, Bobbins, mate.
It says the Nimrod. What's the Nimrod?
RAF Nimrod aircraft, mate. I think it's a 48 scale, something like that, the Nimrod. But because he said the Nimrod, not a Nimrod. I'm like, okay. No, he's building the Nimrod build that he's been building for a few weeks, and it's a Nimrod. What can I say?
Nimrod.
Graham Robert belly. Cheesy plus sprouts with bacon and breadcrumbs with a can of Tennant's to wash it down. That duvet's going to be brushing the ceiling later, isn't it?
Yeah. I've been very gassy this last couple of weeks, I've got to be honest.
Really? That makes a change for you, mate, because you don't...
I've been very, very Trumpy.
You don't normally do massive big trumps when we finish the stream at all, do you, mate?
No, I always manage to time it just after we press the stop button as well, which is annoying.
So anyway, what's your plan with your stomper? Did you bung it on your bench like I did? Sit there with your chin in your hands going, oh my God, what on earth have I created?
I did, but last week I, of course, took all the rods for my back and multiplied them and stuck them all together to make an even bigger rod from back. Because last week I put the yellow base coat down to do some hazard stripes on the goddamn chimblies.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm painting hazard stripes on the goddamn chimblies tonight.
Yeah, you've really made a rod for your own back, mate. Yeah. There.
And then I realised my camera's in all the wrong positions for me to actually be able to do that and show people. So you'd have to put up with whatever you see on my screen tonight.
Exactly.
I'll just be swearing a lot.
I'm just carrying on with a bit of chipping. I'm going to finish off chipping the edges of my yellow panels. Then I'm going to do a bit of chipping on some of the reds that I missed, and then I'll do my green panel edge chipping.
Chipping.
That's kind of what I'm up to. What else have I done? I did some base colours on my pipes during the week because they was looking a bit naked.
Wait, you were painting off air?
Yeah.
Oh, very day.
Yeah. I just needed to do a bit on the stompa. So I did some base colours on my pipes. Went back to my original plan, which was the red, white, or the red, white, yellow, blue, because I've got to checkers, that one.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'll do some dry brushing on these just to, have different colours and then chip the edges of it and then have some...
You're going to manually paint checkers on that one?
Yeah.
I feel better about doing my hazard stripes now because however hard it is for me to do my hazard stripes, it's 1,000 times harder for you to do checkers on the tube there like that. So I feel much better now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Fox has made a sacrifice. Perhaps I need to. So that's what I'm going to be doing. But it's just a bit mad, isn't it, mate?
Bobbin says it's the 1/72 Nimrod, about 1/2 meter long and wide.
Oh, nice, mate. Have you been doing Nimrod noises, Bobbins? You have, haven't you? You have. Come on, fess up. I know I would have. As soon as the wings go on and the engines are under there, you do a test flight, don't you?
Nimrod's also an insult. Yeah, you can call someone a Nimrod.
Yeah. Well, it's because it's got a bulbous tip, isn't it? And it's like, a Nimrod in it.
Oh, I see. I'm just talking about.
But no, that's an impressive set of tubes you got on your bench there, mate.
Oh, you mean these? Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, yours is. Yeah, I've got a hazard stripe these now. Christ almighty.
I know. I'm going to sit. Can I sit and mock you?
You can just sit and do your own bloody work. Marcus Brune says, Belly, homemade burgers with lettuce, tomato, pickles, and onions. Bench battling photo etch on my A7 Corsair 2 beverage and beer.
Nice one.
La 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 la.
Daniel Labs in. Did I say your name wrong, or is it Lab? Whichever, mate. But yeah, hello, welcome to our inane world of madness and drivel.
Ladettes, he says. I would guess with an E with the accent, it's Labé.
Could well be, mate. You know what I'm like with my mispronunciation, mate.
Not going to rise to it. Yeah. Shut up and paint your crap.
Go on, Fox. Breathe through it. You know you can.
I'm painting stripes now. Shut up. Not listening.
I love him a bit.
I'm sorry, you're still talking. What?
La la la. He can't hear me. Yeah, I see what you're doing.
I'm painting stripes. I'm not even listening to you now. Shut up.
All right. Let's get the wet palette.
This might not be on camera, but you'd have to deal with that, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Paul Lewis, Belly, King Prawn Vindaloo with garlic naan and shish kebab bench.
Crikey, right. What can possibly go wrong with King Prawn? I can't see any bad consequences to that at all.
Bench, she's currently building some wire wheels for the MFH 112 Ferrari 315. You haven't a lace. Pardon me. Are you having a lace then, mate? Beverage even.
Oh, God. You want to go out and come back in again, Carl?
By way of change, he says he's vodka and tonic. Yeah, anyone think I've been drinking.
I've painted the first little bit of a stripe and I'm just getting the cold sweats. I've got to make it go around the other side now.
Yeah, enjoy your stripes. Enjoy your stripes.
Why am I doing this? Everything's really weird and hard and I can't. Oh.
You're a stripe.
I'm going to regret this for the rest of my life.
You are, aren't you? I can see it.
Once I've got them outlined, it's not so bad. It's just getting to the point where they're outlined. That's the tricky bit.
It's brilliant.
When you paint the stripe and it works, good God, is it fun? But doing it on a cylinder is really hard because you end up with a stripe that kind of meets another stripe halfway down. You're like, oh, wait, crap. Oh, God, no arse. If you don't get the angles exactly right.
Let's try and get this on camera. Such a big model, getting everything on shot now is so difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. Basically, with this kit, when we're filming this, you get what you're given, and that's it. End of.
Yeah. That's all we can do, I'm afraid.
You also have to try not to break my goddamn crow's nest off at the same time.
Oh, I nearly did that earlier, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I've pinged off my headset on there about 4 times now.
Yeah.
These are going to look like absolute garbage, and they're going to need a lot of tidying up once I've actually figured them out. But
Adam says, belly, 2 jumbo sausages and chips, bench, Bandai's clone trooper, and beverage, a nice cup of tea. Fish and chip shop chips, good man.
Yeah, jumbo sausages, that's proper chip shop stuff, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, these stripes might look a bit garbage until they're fully painted, and then I can go back with the yellow and tidy up the wonky edges.
Yeah.
I hate everything now.
Is it all conspiring against you, dear?
Oh, today started bad because I was playing my game earlier today for my live stream, playing Metro 2033, and I actually had a throwing the controller moment.
Oh, you didn't?
I didn't actually throw the controller, but I gave up and basically said, right, that's it, we're abandoning this game now.
Oh, it was all going wrong, and it's not fair. I'm telling my mum.
It was I think I realised it's not a great game to live stream when you need a certain level of skill and not have it. And I'm like, you know what? Let's go and play Fallout. So I just stopped and went and played Fallout for the rest of the stream. I'm like, nope.
So the teddy bears came out, did they?
Well, a little bit. It's more a case of, you know, when you're just playing a game by yourself, when it gets to not be fun anymore, you just stop and walk away and try a different time. But when you're doing a live stream at the same time, it's even less fun. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just not bother with this. Okay, I've done 1 stripe, and I've got about 100 other stripes to do.
Proud of you, soldier.
But I'm going to block this one in, and then we'll see where that goes. Because once I get one blocked in, and just roughly blocked in, I can kind of judge how the other ones are going to look. So the trick I found with stripes is to use very, very thin paint and just build it up slowly so that you don't have big fat.
Bobbin says, I've got a 1/350 of Warship, which I'm planning to paint the entire hull in black and yellow hazard stripes. Good man. Look forward to seeing that.
Oh, yeah.
That's hardcore dedication, that is, mate. Next
Even
time I hear...
Yeah,
go on.
I was going to say, even more hardcore if you freehand it.
Yeah. Next time I hear Fox whine about it, I'm going to refer him to you.
Oh, no, the thing is, I actually enjoy doing stripes because I know that when you do them, you paint the outlines, you do the first layer of filling in, and they look like absolute garbage, but you go back and forth with the yellow and the black, and you build them up, and by the end of it, they look rough and ready, but then you put your shade on, and they look brilliant. It just, like when you do the checkers, they look terrible till you put a shade on it, and it just hides all the... It's like putting a filter. It's like a video game where it looks terrible till they put the anisotropic filter on it, and it just smooths everything down. Stop talking now.
No, you carry on, mate. Marcus is popping off. He says, got to go off. Take care all and enjoy the stream. Take care, Marcus. As usual, mate. Thank you very kindly for the super chat, mate. It will be put to good use, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Love to you and your son, mate, and catch up with you on the next one. Marcus streams with Ross, don't forget, on a Saturday night over on the Ninjas channel. So pop over and tune in and have a looky-loo, and you'll get to see the man behind the best beard in the hobby.
Is it Sergeant Rex? Captain Rex?
Yeah, proper Captain Birdseye beard, mate. You'd be so... And it's white.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Captain Rex, isn't it? I actually realised that I've got the iPad further away tonight because I've moved back on the bench a bit, but now I really can't read anything on the iPad at all. So... You've
been special with your special eyes of seeingness.
Yeah, I've got my lenses on, so I literally can't read anything on the iPad. So if you want to catch my attention, at Model Making Guru, it's the only way you're going to get my attention.
I will endeavour to keep an eye on the chat then.
I'll do my best. I'll take my lenses off every now and then and check, but so people know.
Yeah, I've got my lenses on, but I need them on to actually read the chat because
yeah.
So hopefully this is still staying on shot. I will endeavour to do my best. I would personally
not worry about that from now on with this build, Carl.
Yeah, I know, but
I wouldn't worry about it.
You know what
I think people understand by now that this thing's too big to be worrying about.
Isn't it?
Such nonsense.
Yeah. What was it we said? I know what will be a good idea. Let's do this on a live stream.
Let's do a massive stalk stomper, but then paint the little tiny bit that needs a close-in camera shot that doesn't actually work.
Yeah, and we also are building an orc stomp to go with the stalk stomper.
Stalk stomper, stomper hawk, what?
Yeah.
That's one very bad-looking stripe, but it will be. It looks horrible right now because it's all lumpy and bumpy, and it's got I've only done the rough
colouring. I know what you're doing.
It's all, but I'll tidy that up as we go along. Don't worry your pretty little head about it, viewers. The trick is that you've got to keep track of which one you do, because what you end up doing is doing a black stripe that goes around the other side and suddenly meets up with the yellow stripe, and you're like, oh, bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to kind of... It's quite tricky. It's quite tricky. It's quite good.
I had to be careful of that when I was doing the spiral on the nose of the Dackerjet. It was like, make sure it will meet up. It was like... Yeah.
Well, I did that when I was doing the stripes on the fuel tanks on George's Cesar, because I painted one half, filled it in, and then when I got to the other half, I was like, oh, crap, I had the one that was yellow on one side and black on the other. Oh, bollocks. That didn't quite go right. They may not all be the same width, these stripes. The thing is, once you've done the first one, it's actually not so hard doing the other ones. Sort of. It's a bit easier. Sort of. A little bit, maybe, perhaps. It's not going to be easier, is it? Let's just be honest here. What are you doing at the minute?
I am starting with a bit of phalanx yellow.
Oh, yeah.
Doing the bright parts of where chips are going to be. So
good colour, that phalanx yellow. Good colour for that.
It is,
specific
mate.
Porpoise.
So, yeah, it's just doing a bit of weathering on them. One of them, minute you sit there and you think, yeah, and then I'm looking at that skinny pipe going, yeah, I said on air I'm putting checkers on that.
You said that out loud with your face mouth.
Said it out loud with my really loud voice, didn't I? But
you did. You used your outdoor voice for that one, mate.
Oh, yeah. It's doable. I did check at the staff, didn't I, on that geezer on the battle wagons.
Check at the staff and check at the tins. The money is going away. See what I did there?
I did.
It's probably racist, I suppose. I don't know.
It is an ecumenical matter.
Did you see the trailer for the new Super Mario movie?
Yeah.
What a load of crap.
Oh, says Colin, if you know what Fox is doing, can you please tell him? What, has he got no audio coming out then? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't know what he's on
about. Yeah. Me know what Fox is doing. I never know what Fox is doing. My days of trying to predict what the guru is going to do or say have long gone. My lesson was learned many years ago.
Many. That didn't come out very well. Yeah. That did not come out well at all, that. Needs to go there. And like that.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't. I'm conscious of how much paint I'm going to rub off this model while I'm doing these stripes.
Yeah, it's going to go well, isn't it, mate?
This is going to look like garbage till I actually finish it, but till I actually finish the stripe, they will look terrible, and I have to just remain true to the force and remain hopeful and confident that it won't come out looking like complete balls.
Well, this is the problem we've got, because when we start laying down the colours we're laying down at the moment, like I'm putting down the really bright yellow that the chip is going to sit on, you look at it and you think, oh my God, I've created a cartoon. But once you start then putting the chips down on it, it knocks it back. And then, of course, we've got the shades to go over this, don't forget.
I think I've already messed mine up.
You've had a happy accident, Fox.
No, I'm not. Black, yellow, black, yellow, black. Oh, what?
What's that on the... don't forget on the tips there at the top of that chimney you're putting the stripes on. If you're going to do alternate colours, you end up with two the same colour, mate, because it's an odd number. No.
I've got like black stripe.
Oh, right,
and
okay.
Yellow stripe and black stripe, and I'm just marking it out. Black stripe, yellow stripe, black stripe, yellow stripe, black stripe, black... Oh.
Have you got a white stripe? See what I did?
I think what I need to do is... I know what I need to do. I need to fatten that stripe a little bit and have one less stripe. There we go. I need to fudge it just a little bit.
We know what you're doing.
Yeah. I was trying to divvy it up, before I paint the other light lines on, just divvy up the actual But it's like, no, I can't do it that way because I'll end up with two black stripes looking at each other.
See, on the front of that disc, it looks a bit cartoony at the moment because the yellow stripes or the yellow bits have gone on. But once the chip goes over that, it'll just knock it back.
Yeah.
But this is the worst part of doing this sort of paint job, Fox, isn't it? Is you start putting these colours down, you think, oh, that looks a little cartoony, and then all of a sudden it pops.
There is a name in art for that. I was actually happened to stumble across the other day a lot of articles. I was looking for something else, but I stumbled across a lot of articles where it was saying about, and this was talking about normal painting and art, 2D art, saying that bit where you get so far and it looks like absolute bollocks.
Yeah.
And you know it'll get better, but they gave it a name, and I can't remember what name they gave it, but it has a specific name.
Yeah.
That bit when it looks terrible, but it will get better, but you have to just, keep the faith in.
Yeah, and that's what I've learned off of you through doing these techniques. It's the one thing, do you remember I used to always struggle with, and it's the one thing I've become more at ease with is don't worry about this stage, it will come together, and that's what this has taught me. Yeah,
don't worry about this stage. This is not the stage you need to worry about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's got a name, and I can't remember what it's called. It's the stage where it looks terrible, but it will get better, but you have to just keep the faith. And
is that called the Festa effect? See what I did there?
Let's see what you did there. I can't remember the name now. I thought to myself when I read it, I didn't know it had a name. I must remember that, and then I forgot. But it's...
no worries. Yeah. Big hugs back, Marcy, my darling. Lovely to see you in.
Hello, Muse.
Always nice to see Marcy.
Yeah.
She's at work at the moment, so she'll be in and out, and catch up soon, my darling. Stay safe. Always nice to see Muse in.
This looks like absolute balls, but it will improve.
Exactly.
I think it's a more pronounced stage when you're doing chevrons and checkers and things.
Yeah.
It's an even more likely stage that you'll come across. And the good thing is, if it goes really wrong and I can't get them to line up, I'll just get a bit of plastic card and stick it over the top like a little repair panel.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that'll do.
There is that little sort of escape hatch. If it goes wrong, like you've got a panel there, I'll just just stick the panel over. Oh, look, it's been damaged and repaired with an extra bit of metal. There you go. Shh. Shh. Nothing to see here. Move along. Blah, blah, blah. And then you go around and you think, hang on, those stripes don't line up. And you're like, oh. I remember doing the thing for George's thing was a nightmare. It wasn't so bad because it was just one cylinder, but it was still tricky to keep your brain in track of which bit was going where.
That was a beautiful paint job, though.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it really did work well. It's that Borderlands one, wasn't it?
Yeah. I will do some more Borderlands paint jobs. I was playing Borderlands this week and I'm like, I need to do more of these.
Yeah. It really did work.
I was debating whether to send you some screenshots and stuff, for reference of the way they do weathering and paint and stuff.
Yeah, please do, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect you'd struggle with the outlining part because it's all really fine detail. I know you with your twitches and stuff, but it's more. Even if you can't replicate it, it's reference for how they do.
Yeah, exactly.
So I shall take lots of screenshots of interiors and things. And
by all means, mate.
Oh, that looks like absolute ball sacks.
Oh, is that done with Gundam markers, is it? Or is that done with brush painting? Or?
The Borderlands?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the outlines or the... Yeah. No, the colours are done with... it depends what you do. For metallics, I use contrast paints.
Yeah.
But for the other bits, I just use the regular, that dry brush post shading effect.
Yeah, I'm with you, yeah.
But then when you do your chipping, you have to do, it's kind of fatter chipping with a lighter colour.
Like an exaggerated chipping then, yeah?
Kind of. For example, like with that, you're doing you've got yellow and you might do, say, phalanx yellow and then the brown inside.
Yeah.
What you do with the Borderlands one is have yellow underneath your normal coat. Then you do the phalanx yellow chips, but you'd have them less as individual chips and more as just like a blob around the edge, like a cloud pattern.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Solid. And then what you do is you do an ink outline around the edge of it.
Yeah.
And you do cross-hatching inside it.
Oh, right, yeah.
So there's like a one-stage chip colour. It's kind of hard to explain, but you kind of get there. But when you put the paint on as the chips, you have to water it down quite a bit, so you splob it on really carelessly as big fat chips.
Yeah.
And some of it comes more transparent than others, so it's all varied. But it's all about the outlining. And for that, I used either just a very fine blood brush and some India ink, or if it's a nice corner that I can just run one down, I use the Uniposca pens, black pen.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
If it's like, if I can stick my brush at the pen at 45 degrees and run it down the edge. But if it's not a defined edge, or it's like I want to do some cross hatching or something, then it's a simple job. But it really is a case of very fine brush and a steady hand. But luckily, I had many years of doing comic book art with ink and watercolors. So
yeah, pen and ink work. Yeah,
so I was kind of used to doing cross hatching and stuff like that. So yeah, I did enjoy doing it.
Yeah, it was a beautiful piece.
There's something about the Borderlands, the way they do Borderlands colours, the way if you play the game, just look at it. It's just like I was quite surprised because when I thought I'm going to do this with George, I thought after research, because I played it for years, but I never really looked at it. I was like, how do they do metallics in the game? And when I realised there are no metallics in Borderlands, at least in Borderlands 1, it's all just greys. Different shades of grey. And I'm like, so even the things that look like metal, they're not, they're just grey. There's no shiny metals at all in Borderlands. And that's when I thought, well, I've got these two contrast paints, they'll do. Because the trick with Borderlands is it's not cell shading. It's nothing like cell shading, and cell shading is nothing to do with Borderlands. It's kind of comic book art style, not cell shaded.
Yeah.
A lot of people think it's cell shaded. It's like, no, cell shaded is like an animation cell. That's like one or two colours, and Borderlands is like pen and ink watercolor type stuff.
It's such an effective way of doing it.
Yeah. When they first announced it and trailered the game, they didn't have that. It was like a realistic game, and for some reason they decided, you know what, we're going to change it. We're going to do this like graphic novel style design, and that changed it. And that's probably what partially made it successful, was that unusual look.
But it is so different, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there've been cell shaded games before that, but never been like a comic book style, watercolor and ink style. That kind of didn't work, but it kind of did work. Very messy, this process, until you get the stripes all lined up nicely. It's very, very messy. And big fat stripes and thin stripes, and everything looks like absolute balls. I think we'll get there. Yeah, I'll take some screenshots. I'll take loads of screenshots for you. I meant to the other day and didn't get around to doing it. Excuse me. Chip to dump, wait for sausage. God, this looks terrible. If you were to show you a photograph of this now, you'd just be ashamed of me.
Don't worry about it.
I do. I do worry about it. I worry about many things.
Work in progress. Isn't that what you would say to me?
You're a work in progress.
Couldn't agree more, mate. I enjoy being a work in progress.
I'm a human orc stomper. I came with really crap instructions and nobody really knew exactly what was supposed to go on.
Yeah, but at least we got the triangles done.
Hey, Adam Wakeling, retro bassist, retro raging, smart ass. He said, "Oh, these instructions are terrible." I said, "Yeah, wait till you get the triangle." What? This one? Is that a triangle?
Yeah.
Oh, it goes there.
Yeah, it's like, I saw that. I was like, yeah, Fox is gutted. You could tell.
Yeah.
You concealed it well.
I was like, "Oh, you tart."
Yeah, it's like, that is just wrong. How did he get that so quickly?
It's like he looked at it and think, "Is this the triangle here?" And I'm like, "How did you even recognize?" We didn't even recognize it on the instructions as a triangle.
Yeah, but don't forget, we are useless.
I mean, I said to him, the thing that's in the instructions show that we thought that was a symbol, like glue this or don't glue this or whatever. We thought that was a marker, not a...
Yeah.
Would go off people,
He wasn't smug about it at all, was he?
No. Not even slightly. Yeah. Of course he was. Right, so I'm going to go back with the yellow. Still just doing the rough blocks at the minute. I'm just really roughly colouring in just to get a feel for where stripes... There'll be a lot of back and forth once you get the colours on there when you're doing stripes, but It's all just about going block by block and kind of getting a feel for it. That's why you have to work with thin paints and not just big fat paints, because you'll just make a mess if you don't. It's terrible. Doesn't help that I can't quite access all of it.
Yeah, but like I say, you can always go back and correct anything, can't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I will be doing some rust stippling on here and stuff as well, so it's not like the end of the world if it's not quite straight. I need it to look reasonable, but not perfect. Like I say, I can work stuff out with weathering and things later. See, that's a bit too fat. That doesn't really... Okay, that... I could get an easier feel for this if I could actually see round that other chimbly. Yes, I know it's not chimbly, but I find it amusing to say chimbly.
I never said a word.
It amuses the 5-year-old in my back of my brain. Chimbly!
I know, because I totally forgot about that.
What did you totally forgot? Tell me.
The panel on the cylinder on the right pauldron.
Ooh.
There's a panel at the back where the chimneys are. It's because last week I had the head on, didn't I? And
is that like the gateau from the chateau?
Yeah, and it sticks out like a blind cobbler's thumb as the brightest one panel that hasn't had anything done to it. It's like, yeah, how did I forget that?
The candle with the handle.
Yeah, it's like, don't be like Festa, folks.
This looks like absolute biblical arse.
Is looking like a fair bit of the yellow getting sorted, so we can come back at that with a bit of the old he knocks off the hide.
A little bit of fluffy.
So we've got a bit of that on there.
Nobody got that answer that question last week, did they? When I quizzed them.
No.
That if anybody can tell me what that's from, happy. That exact sound, happy. You'll get 100 internet points. And the clue was it's a musical album.
Now Wayne is in. Wayne Model Works, still at work for a few more hours and just watching, but I have to ask, why does Fox have a tin taped to his workbench?
That is so that I've got my small cutting mat that stops him painting paint on my nice cutting mat. It's so it doesn't move, because that's where the centre of the camera usually is.
Yeah.
So I know if I'm roughly in shot because there's my centre mark, which isn't in the centre of shot, but it's when I'm doing this.
Yeah.
So it stops it moving around.
Exactly. And I just have me models on the turntable that's in the middle of the bench, and
I'll always have a mark somewhere on the bench so I know roughly where I am in shot.
Steve Spencer Beanie's in, saying hello to Muse. He says, evening. Belly is barbecued chicken wings. Bench is plastic and a sharp knife. Hello, Steve. How you doing? Nice to see you in, mate. Hope you're keeping well. Love to you and your family. Squishy alert, Fox. Squishy alert. I'll do it. Edward Leonard's in.
Ooh. I didn't even see that. Was it a good squishy that you did there?
No, it's a very slow squishy. There you go.
Oh.
There you go. And you got your shrimp as well.
Oh, you want a shrimp as well?
Oh, yeah. I want double whammy, mate. There you go. There's the shrimp. I'm happy now.
Shrimp, the idiots of the sea.
Absolutely. Nice to see you in, Edward. Hope you're keeping well, mate.
Hello, Edward. Hello.
He's had to do, so we'll sort that out. I'll slap a bit of
friend. How are you doing today?
Lead Belcher on there.
Welcomes you to this place.
We got. What else have we got?
I think we might
some of that.
be able to get away with this. I think a little bit.
Done some of that.
It might not look perfect, but once I've got some rusty stippling on there and stuff, might just get away with it not looking absolutely spot on. You watch, I'll do some rusty weathering on it, and it'll end up with like a hint of stripes underneath 99% rust. It'll be like, oh, that work. I've not even started to finish on this one yet. I've got to do a lot of tidying up. Right, let's get some proper black paint going on. Do 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 do. Because what I like to do is the black stripe and the yellow stripe, and then I do the shade.
Yeah.
And then I do some glazing of lighter grey and lighter yellow.
Yeah.
To get some sort of highlights in the stripe. You can't really highlight black, but you can a little bit.
Yeah, can make it a little bit sexier, can't you?
Yeah. But the thing is, once you've got the rough shapes down, and I mean in this case very rough, then it's just a case of going and blacking them in and fettling and straightening them out and back and forth, and that's a bit more fun. It's the initial laying out of the stripes that's quite frustrating sometimes.
That's the worst thing, isn't it? Because you know the stripe you want, you know how you want it to look, and then you're like, yeah, it's not looking like what I want. And then all of a sudden, it just pops together.
I don't think I've painted hazard stripes live on the telly before.
You have now.
Ah.
Proud of you, soldier.
It's very rare that I do any kind of freehanding on camera because it's really hard.
This is what Orca's bought you, though, hasn't it? It's allowed you to do what you wouldn't do before, which was paint on air.
Yeah, because if I screw it up, it's Orc, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Orc.
It goes a bit wrong, but it's Orc. Shut up.
Yeah, exactly. It's just giving you a little bit of that freedom back, isn't it?
I do resent the fact that I've got to hold the entire model in one hand while I paint this stripe. That's kind of tricky.
Yeah.
And this is still not the finished stripe yet. This would still just be a slightly neater, rough sketch, I think, before the final back and forth.
Everyone's saying hello to Edward there. It's nice to see Edward in.
It's not a show if the Squishy King's not here.
Exactly. We are graced with the presence of the god of Edward. Always nice to see Edward in.
Ping. The tongue sticking out and everything.
You've done well, though. You've not called it any manly names yet, that stripe, so... Well,
I've never yet had stripes go horribly wrong. They often take a lot more work than you think they do.
Yeah.
And they never go horribly wrong, but you get to the point where you just go back and forth with black and yellow, and you get them, you think, right, okay, they're not quite parallel, but they'll just have to do.
Yeah.
You get to that point where they're good enough. But at least on this one, I've got the backup, like I say, escape hatch of a shed load of like chipping and other stuff I can cover up any wonky bits with.
Covers up a multitude of sins, mate.
Of course. You know who does shiny clean models? Crazy people, that's who. I couldn't do shiny models, I just have a nervous breakdown.
Yeah, I've done a few, as you know, a couple of bikes and some cars and that, doing for the E-models and that. And I enjoy it. I couldn't do it all the time, I must admit.
That's because you're a crazy person.
Yeah, I must admit, I do enjoy it.
Oh, you're a crazy person. That person's a crazy person. Hey, buddy. I've got to do that one as well yet. Why did I decide to do shit hazard stripes on the chimney? I don't know.
Because you was feeling adventurous and brave.
I just suddenly had this, like, I was vibing, wasn't I? And I suddenly vibed a bit too hard, I think.
You got carried away with yourself, didn't you?
Okay, I think I zigged when I should have zagged and over-vibed.
Yeah, you did. You got carried away, mate. But, I'm proud of you, soldier.
It's you tempting me with your wily, orcish ways.
Yeah, I accept my guilt.
So too?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I accept my guilt. Guilty as charged.
What did you have for dinner today, dude, or what are you having for your dinner?
I've got bangers, mash and beans tonight.
Ooh, bangers, mash and beans!
Yeah, it's my culinary delight tonight.
I'm afraid we slummed it and went for McDonald's tonight.
Oh, good man. I had one of them. I think it was last week. I had a Mackie D.
Last week they messed it up and sent me everything except the two portions of fries I needed, so I had to make my own chips.
Yeah, that was Saturday with the obligatory burger chaser.
Yeah, and this week I ordered, like they have the special burger of the week that comes and goes, and this was like some double bacon barbecue thing.
Yeah.
2 big fat beef patties, and I was like, okay, I'll have that. And I got it. And instead of like 2 big fat crushed beef patties and lots of other bits in the buns, it was the bun with some onion and some sauce, and then just a chicken fillet. I'm like, okay, that's not.
Was it instant regret? Was it?
No, it was instant. I didn't get what I ordered.
Oh dear.
Like, hang on, which part of 2 beef patties and bacon is a chicken fillet?
Yeah.
That's not. I was like, you know what? And the funny thing was, do you remember a few weeks ago I ordered through Just Eat? I ordered some McDonald's.
Yeah.
And they sent us completely the wrong order. The guy ended up. We ordered like a couple of burgers and they turned up with like 2 chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
And a Coke, and I'm like, this isn't anything like I ordered. So I contacted Just Eat after spending an hour trying to figure out how to contact Just Eat.
Yeah.
Nightmare. I contacted them and said, hey, this is what the thing is. It's completely wrong. And then a week later, they replied and said, okay, no problem. Can you send us some pictures?
Yeah.
It's a week later, dude. What? Now you tell me no.
Yeah.
So I won't get a refund on that then.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, really? A week later? Oh, God, hang on a second. I've got orifice leak.
Oh dear.
Hang on.
Never met the bloke, but he doesn't sound pleasant.
No. Yep. That's a bit better.
So yeah, it's frustrating when they get it wrong like that, because like you're knackered, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, last week I had to make my own chips. I was like, God damn it.
Yeah. I saved that well.
Like
where did I put it? Where did I put it? Where did I put it?
I really wish we hadn't glued the arms on. Colin, why did you make me glue my arms on?
Yeah, that would be an ecumenical matter.
Oh, damn it, son. Not your best decision ever, was it?
No, it was useless, mate. I've regretted it ever since we did it, if I'm honest, but we live and learn. I've regretted it ever since we did it. We live and learn, mate. Let's find a bit of that in there. Because I can.
Do.
Try not to spill it.
I wish I could remember what that phase is. It's like, it looks like balls phase, but it's not actually called the. It looks like balls phase, but it has a proper name. I need that to go up a bit, don't I? That looks terrible. That needs to go up there. Needs to go there. That needs a nice hefty rust spot right where it is, just to hide that completely. Actually, no, it doesn't. I can recover that. Oh, I can do a nice recovery on that. Okay, there we go. That one I can hide. Hiding now, sir. Hiding now, sir.
Hidey, he says. Hody.
Well, I've got a bit where the stripe's too wide, followed by a stripe that's too thin, but the gods have smiled down on me and put it at the bottom of the chimney where there's no other stripe underneath, so I can just widen it.
Yeah, it's coming up all right, though, mate.
Oh, you haven't seen it in real life. Trust me, if you saw it in real life, you'd be like, oh.
Yeah, but I was trying to make you feel good, mate.
Oh no, I know it's not finished yet, so I don't feel bad.
Didn't it work?
I don't feel bad. You have to force the optimism sometimes, but
exactly.
We know some people who paint like this. I'm at that level where there's some people we know who'll be like, oh, it's finished. No.
I like peace.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't forget, folks, underneath the arches.
Ooh, you got me right as I got a tickle in my throat.
James is in. JC Bricks and Builds saying hello. Hello, James. How you doing, geez?
Hello, James. Hello.
Let's give that a shaky kins.
I don't know what that stripe is to do.
Sounds so wrong, doesn't it?
Like a tiny miniature A10 Thunderbolt.
Yeah, it just sounds so wrong, but I can assure you it is a vortex shaker. Kevin Stevens is in, saying hello in chat. Hello, Kevin. How you doing, geezer? Nice to see you in, mate. All right, let's see whether that's any better. Oh, no much better. It's been morphed into life again.
It's been morphed. Oh, that looks like a bit like liquid ass. Oh, actually, no, I can clean that up because that's gone wrong.
Was that liquid arse you was going to say?
Oh, yeah, but then I suddenly realised there's a bit. I've seen an opportunity.
Just doing my jaw floor, so to speak.
So much back and forth when it comes to stripes. But
yeah, but stripes are fun. Donald McKenzie's in, says good evening, everyone. Good evening, Donald. How are you doing, mate?
Hello, Donald. How are you, sir? Hello, sir. Hello, hello.
Hope you're keeping well, buddy. Nice to see you in.
Yeah.
He says, desperately trying to stay on camera. I'm painting me floor jaw at the moment. So
I wouldn't worry about staying on camera.
Or jaw floor, whichever way you want to call it.
Do.
So I'm not too fussed with the finish on it because there are two going in there. So
yeah, so next week I might go back to Fallout next Friday.
Oh, right, Fallout Friday, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be doing Metro 2033 again. Not again.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. Itchy nose there.
Oh, God, nothing worse.
Oh, mate, yeah. Not really. Nose, leave me alone. Stop itching. You damned nosy, itchy thing. I know all the things. I know all the things.
I know all the things as well. You told me all the things. We shall say no more. These are more things that we can't tell people about. Power is
Power of Grayskull.
It's whelming, almost.
It is.
I'm whelmed by it. Really whelmed. That doesn't look like a decent. That's all wonky as bollocks. That is. What the hell is that nonsense?
Don't forget, painted by Orc.
Yeah, but I still got to pass it off as my own work as well.
Yeah, but it's the Orc's fault. Orcs made you do it.
Don't blame me for a shoddy grot.
Exactly. You've only grot yourself to blame. Oh, that's all I had.
Spent now, aren't you?
I am so spent, mate.
Right, I need to put more yellow on there and more black on there. So let's.
I'm going to do this without covering myself in lead belchers. Fun.
Carl?
Yeah.
Cover yourself in lead belcher, mate.
And you know what I'm like. Well,
I mean, more fun if you covered somebody else in lead belcher while you're doing it, but
yeah, it will go in.
That's fun.
Sorry that I'm off shot, folks. It's just I'm trying to see with my eyes of seeingness.
Stop apologising for it. They know you can't help it.
Yeah,
it's a model the size of a house.
I do because I care.
I know, but they know. Hello about it. Oh, excuse me.
You are suitably excused. There you go.
Right, looks in all the wrong shapes. Nom, 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 nom. It's quite challenging. It's quite fun, but challenging the back and forth. It's like niggling backwards and forwards to try and get it looking good. And you look at it from one angle and think, right, I know exactly where I need to touch that line up to make it straight. And then you have to paint it, you have to turn it around a different way, and it looks different. You're like, oh, crap, I don't know.
Yeah, you sit there and you're like, oh, why?
Well, it's like, I know what it looks to look like from the other point of view, but from this point of view, I can't bloody tell.
All right. Let's glue that in.
Are you gluing? What are you gluing? Gluing?
Gluing my jaw. I'm off shot at the moment.
All right.
I'll show you because you said stop apologising that you're off shot, dear. So yeah.
No, I didn't realise you'd be doing gluing stuff. At this
Yeah, it's because I kept twitching and I knocked something off. And,
Oh, right. Okay. I was just curious as to what you'd be doing because I thought that's not what you're doing.
Here you go. No, I was just painting the floor on my jaw. See, my jaw floor.
Jaw floor. Oh, I haven't got one of them.
Oh no, because you haven't. I scratch built one.
Oh, jolly good. That's good.
Because I'm putting dudes in there.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. I like that.
That's an idea you can pinch, mate. Have you?
No, I'm
have
beyond
you some
gluing.
of that.
I'm beyond gluing things now.
But yeah, I just thought I've got some dudes that will stand in there and look rather grumpy and miserable and do their thing. Right. So we've got the lead belcher done on that. And we've resaved it. Where's my rhyme oxide?
Okay, that went a bit wrong. Ooh, hello.
Have you some of that? Have you some of that?
I think we had us some of that.
Yeah, Graham says, hope to see you on Festy Sunday if them demons don't kick in again. Yeah, I know, mate. We all have our demons, Graham. Bless you. Just keep on the bright side, mate. The end of the day.
That looks like absolute ball sacks. 3 days. Back and forth, back and forth.
All set to test you, mate.
Yeah. No matter how bad it gets, you're not painting hazard stripes on the live stream. Trust me.
Yeah, you're so glad you did that, aren't you, mate?
And then again, no matter how bad it gets for me, I'm not painting a checker pattern on an exhaust pipe on a live stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll go through this when you start doing that exhaust pipe.
Yeah.
You're not doing that crap off camera. No flipping way you're doing that.
No, it'll be done on camera.
Good lad. Good lad.
Yeah.
I painted this off camera. You can shut up.
Would I do that to you?
Yeah, of course you would.
Of course I would. Just to really wind you up. Yeah. Oh, ye of oh little faith.
Oh, me of I know you too goddamn well. Shut up.
Yeah, you do know me too well.
Oh, me of like a book.
Yeah. Yeah, the more I try to say I wouldn't do it, the more you know that I will.
Yeah. I can tell when you're stifling a gig. I can tell when you're talking with your fingers crossed. I just know.
See, that obvious?
Yeah, I can hear your ballies, if you pardon the expression.
Yes.
Ballies, no.
I thought that was just a ruck in me trousers.
Here all week trying to fish.
We're all week trying to fish.
I think I'll have to live with these being a bit rough and ready and then do some chips, and then that'll be fine.
You know, it makes sense.
Which means I need to make that yellow one much biglier. Needs to be much more bigly. Which I can do because it's nice when it's the bottom stripe that doesn't have anything underneath. It just goes off the bottom because then you can expand that one as much as you want.
Yeah.
Or shrink it as much as you want because you've got free scope then.
Yeah.
Do whatever you need to do. Carte blanche, as the French would say if they didn't speak their own language very well.
Yeah.
That's one thing about the French, you know, they speak French really well.
They do.
Got to give them that. Very jealous of how well they speak French compared to how well we speak French. Don't know why I just did that.
Exactly.
That's one of your positive listening noises.
It was scary, wasn't it?
Exactly.
That was I'm concentrating, just go, yeah. Moments.
Just say yes and it'll go away.
No, it's just I was breathing out mid-twitch just so that I could get my paintbrush to where I wanted it.
Is that like lining up with your sniper scope? You hold your breath.
Yeah, just, yeah. it works for me.
That's how snipers do it.
It's like, oh.
Still not sure about that. That looks a bit mingy, but where's the fatness? There, I can adjust the fatness there.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, adjust your fatness.
Kevin Stevens says it's an enjoyable build, guys. Thanks. That's all right, Kevin. Hopefully you like what we're doing, mate.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll full screen us both in a minute, just so that you can see what we're up to, because I know Fox really wants me to full screen these stripes at the moment.
I will happily show people how bad these stripes look halfway through the process, because I know it's halfway through the process. So much more to do, but
I'll bung these couple of chips on, and then I'll go full screen with us both, so you can see what we're up to. Yeah,
it's good for people to see how arse things can look halfway through.
Well, yeah, let's just see where we start panicking. You know, oh yeah, you're doing a lovely job, and then you're like, yeah.
On the converse, of course, this really looks at it and think, oh, that's how I normally paint stripes, and they'd be like, oh, really? Yeah, you've got a long way to go yet.
Yeah.
I've just touched up this stripe and made it all the wrong shape, so I have to go back and clean it the other way now.
Let's just whop that full screen. There you go. That's what I'm up to, Kevin. Doing the chipping, mate, on various panels of chippiness.
Ooh, chippings.
I'll take it the guru can see that as well, because I can hear him.
Not right at the minute, because I'm just painting a wiggly on. Hang on.
So we're getting there, doing a bit of chippage on a few places. Around the back there, around his rump. Done a bit on the pipes there, ready to start chipping at that. They got to have washes yet to bring them down.
Butt chips.
And then I'm going to be doing the blue panels and the green panels, getting them all buttoned down. And I've also done the floor on his jaw for the troops to stand in. So let's come up and let you see that. There you go. So yeah, it's coming along. Hopefully you're liking that. And then the inside of the doors had some chipping work done. Here's my wonky gimbal even. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. And
I can look at yours and I can visualize all the weathering that can go on top, and it's like, oh.
And that's the stage we don't like of chipping, where you see your different. I'll just turn that light off a sec. There you go. That's the stage we don't like when you first start putting the colours down, because it can look a bit chunky. And then just keep going over it and over it and over it, and then eventually it'll come down to what you want.
See what since he's been learning from me, he's learned all these things now, you see.
Yeah. So yeah. I am. I'm quite happy with it. So let's go back and show Foxes.
Oh, I've done nothing at all. I've literally. Let me know when I'm full screen.
Oh, you are full screen, mate.
I don't know. I've roughly outlined or started to ink in these stripes very roughly. That side looks not three bad. That side looks like a complete abortion.
Yeah.
You can see there that stripe's got a big chunk taken out, and this one's all rough. I've barely even done like half a layer of paint on it yet. It's still at the backwards and forwards, get them all straight.
Don't forget though, Fox, it is all, mate.
Oh yeah, I know. But you can see there, like this one here, there's a bit of it goes a bit wide back there. So
you know, he's been painting that whilst the stomper's been walking, mate. You know what I mean? Yeah. So there's ways to blag it.
I mean, this is like literally one of like 50 coats I've got of paint on there yet, so it's not even halfway through yet. There's a lot of tidy up back, and the trick with stripes is it's back and forth, yellow and black, and you just get neater and neater and neater until you get as close as you can get. You think, right, I'm done now. Anything that's not quite right, that will be hidden with weathering and everything else. So at the minute, it's more just about trying to get the stripes looking parallel and straight, and not like wonky and fat in one area and thin in the other. So it's backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards, building up the colours. That's all I've done so far. That's all I've done so far. Not been exciting, I'm afraid.
There you go, folks. So hopefully you're enjoying what we're up to.
I'm enjoying what we're up to.
Yeah. Nice little interlude there of big screenness, because we can.
You're an interlude.
I know. Jeff says, great job and awesome. Checker in, Fox. Lovely.
Checker in.
Paul Lewis says your stompers are looking stompalicious. Good, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, Jeff says all awesome and autastic work to Festa. Lovely, thank you very much. Paul D. Tommaso's in, saying hello everyone. Hello Paul, love to you and Dawn, mate. Hope you're both keeping well. Welcome to the usual Friday Frolic shenanigans, mate.
Yes.
So yeah. And we are enjoying these builds as much as we've bitched about the instructions and the quality of the instructions. The actual painting has made up for it, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, the build is absolute garbage, but the painting's great. I'm enjoying that.
As Adam is finding.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thoroughly enjoyable.
I have to be honest and confess that I normally say don't paint things black, paint them grey, and then. But for some reason with stripes, I always start with black. I don't know why. It always seems to work better if you do it that way.
What you mean, and then go lighter on top?
Well, paint the stripe black, and then when I've done all the shading and stuff, I'll take an off black and I'll just gently glaze it wherever I want the highlight in the black stripe. Yeah. It just seems to work for me. I don't quite know why. It's not the right way to do it.
If it ain't broke.
If it ain't broke, don't let me anywhere near it.
Yeah. I'll actually stand up to paint the top of that. We'll see.
Hibbity dibbity dibbity
Dum da dum.
I like.
You nearly started humming the music from Heidi then. Nearly.
Is it that obvious?
Yep. You just stop yourself after about 4 or 5 notes. You're like, dom, dom, da, dom. I'm stopping now.
Yeah, I'm stopping now because they'll all laugh at me.
Super match game. Boom.
So we did there.
Now, the trick is if you're doing chipping on these stripes, do you make it that the black paint's chipped off and expose the yellow, or that the yellow paint's chipped off and expose the black?
It depends on what the underlying colour is, doesn't it? What do you think would work better?
I don't know.
Exposing yellow on the black would make it pop, wouldn't it?
It would also hide a lot of really rough edges.
And I would have thought that you would paint black on top of the yellow anyway, otherwise your yellow would be very dull, wouldn't it? So.
Well, having said that, I've not done any chipping on this so far. I've done it with dry brushing, so over rusty. So what I might just do is dry brush softly some rust chips over it to make it match the blue stuff.
I mean, on a couple of panels, I did the red oxide base because it's come from different vehicles. So some vehicles are going to be primed in one colour and others would have been primed in a different one. Yeah. So
you're telling the story.
I am telling the story. See, I'm learning all the things.
I'm a storyteller. I'm a
storyteller that likes pee.
Underneath the I had the shock of my life earlier before we went live. I was sitting here minding my own business whilst Fox went down to make Mum a cup of tea. I'm sitting here just setting up and this voice came over. And I went to Webb's. It was like, oh, bless her.
Yeah, Mama Fox, I'm going upstairs for a wee while you make my tea. And I said, say hello to Colin when you go up because the microphone's on. And she obviously thought we were live or something. She said, hello, internet.
Oh, yeah. It was like, it frightened the life out of me because I was in that setting up zone and they were like, cute alert. So hugs were issued. Waves at the camera.
She did say hugs and kiss. Hugs and a big kiss.
Oh, there you go. Get the wine set up again. That's a question. Is it e-models this week, mate? Because I kind of lost track of time.
Yes.
It is, yeah.
Ted Swartz's store this week.
All right, mate. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but yeah, where I've been out the loop, I've kind of lost a bit of me routine as to what's up and what's not. So.
No, it's Ted this week. Ted's Swartz's store. I'm not sure when we're going back to the weekly schedule. I assume we are.
I don't know, mate. I think it might be a case of staying as it is. At least it gives us something to talk about, doesn't it?
Yeah, don't know. I mean, the 2 weekly one was only because it was hot in people's.
Yeah, when you was off that week, it was raised with Ted, and I think he said let's keep it as it is for now. So I think it's working. Baby. Yeah, I think it's working better for Ted, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, it's Ted's show.
Yeah.
So, you know, we just turn up and mock him, but it's just Ted's baby.
Well, we just turn up and wait for Ted to turn up, let's be honest. Yeah.
It's Ted's show, but he does insist we do the buttons because when he presses buttons, things go wrong.
No, I did a stream yesterday on Thursday. Like, he seems to have got the hang of it now. He's looked quite good. Yeah, 2 cameras and everything. That's more than I can do.
Not at the same angle.
No, totally different angles.
Angles for folks.
Idiot.
You've been a special. Let's just move.
Black stripe. And I made it less. I had black stripe and I made it less wide with the yellow, and then I went back with the black and put it back wide again, like a dingus.
Let's angle that up because I'm painting the old tube at the moment.
Angle of dangle.
Get your angle of the dangle.
Get your angles here. 90 for a pound.
My twitches and shakes do come in really handy for this technique.
Oh.
La 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 la. So what's your plans then? Are you streaming later on today a bit of gaming, are you, Fox? Or
yes.
So notice the segue into pimping your channel there. It's good, wasn't it?
I noticed. Yes, it'll be a bit of Cyberpunk this afternoon. That's our current Saturday game of the choice. Cyberpunk 2077. Until we've done all the side quests and story missions, that'll be the Saturday game of choice. So that'll be on. And in my own playthrough of Cyberpunk, I've actually finished all the side quests now, so I've only got the story missions left. I'm like, wow, well, then when I've done them, it's kind of it. I'm stuck then. Nothing left to do after that. It's like rubbish.
Well, now I know that this stream solution is working well, I can now migrate all my game overlays in that I've been designing ready for, wait for it, Skyrim. Yeah. So that's ready. I've got Grim Fandango's imported, so again, now that I'm back at the bench, I will try a test. Hopefully this week. I know I've said it before. I'm forward planning again, Fox. This is where it goes wrong for me, isn't it?
We've had this conversation, haven't we, buddy? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to try and get at least an intro of the game up so that people can see how it's going to work and that it works for what we want. So yeah, it won't be like a whole complete level. It'll just be me sort of playing the intro and a few bits and pieces of the first level. So just to see that it's doing what we want.
Why don't you just do a quick offline test and then just do the first episode?
I've done an offline test.
There you go. Then just do your first episode then. Go for it. Balls to the wall, dude.
Yeah, but you know.
Do it.
Yeah, you know how it is. You know me.
Do it.
Stop it.
Do it.
Do your own. Stop bullying me or I'll tell your mum.
Who dares wins. Carpe diem. Carve carnem. Etc. Caveat emptor. All the other things that I don't know what they mean.
All of the things that, yeah.
I've got the Skyrim theme in my head now. You just need to play Skyrim and nothing else.
Yeah, got a few more mods to whop in. There you go. Bit of chipping on me pipes there. That'll be ready for when the soot on the other bit. It's got the copper bands to paint yet. So
I think I might repaint my copper strips on my exhaust and just make them silver because they look a bit silly copper on mine. I don't.
Yeah.
Wasn't happy with them, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you've got a rust-coloured exhaust and a copper-coloured strip, and it's like it just looks all the same.
That's it. So you've got rusty exhausts. I haven't. Have I? I've got rust underneath with the chips, but not a fully rusted scenario. So
yes, they look good on yours, but on mine they look like dumb.
They look like arse on mine, mate. But
that stripe doesn't line up. Oh, monkey fluffer!
2 foot test, mate. That's the key.
Aye. You go like that one.
I think I met her.
Probably. Oh, that'll be my alarm. Let me go and set Mama Fox out.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll do a bit of chat in a sec, folks. See what you're all up to. A little bit of rust on there. Work my way around that bit. There's a little bit in there. Hopefully that's coming out. Yeah, we're just working our way around, touching up all the little bits of rust and detritus. Let's try and get that in a bit so you can see what we're doing. Apologies for the wobbles. And we're doing a bit around top of the tank, the top of the tank, top of the chimney. Just working a little bit, rust in bit by bit. Nice and easy. It's just, yeah, pretty dry on the brush, if I'm honest. You know, there's very little paint on there, just enough to dab at it, leave a little bit of residue. And once all the washes and that are on there, it'll start blending it together. I thought I'll get all of this done before I paint me bands, because yeah. Joel Grit is in saying hello, Joel, how you doing, mate? Sorry for the massive zoomed in fun. He says hello, Colin Fox and all in chat. It's been a while since I popped in, mate. We've all had real life, mate. I've been out the loop because I was a bit poorly bad, and yeah, so here you go. But nice to see you in, Joel. Always nice to see you in, mate. Don't forget the usual belly and bench, what you've been building, what you're up to, what you got on the bench, any conversations you want in the chat, ask us anything. I've got some different builds coming up soon that I'm going to film for the channel. I will get round to doing the rest of Wendy's bike. It's just where I've been a bit off recently. My coordination's off, and I was having trouble with me brake discs and rivets getting them to line up because I kept twitching and dropping them. So rather than do a bad job, just put it to one side until my brain and hands start talking a bit better. But I do have a contingency plan. Kevin Stevens, bless him, has very kindly offered to put them together for me because he knows that I'm struggling with me twitches. So very kind gesture, and I might end up taking him up on that. So he's got a steadier hand than Festa. So yeah, so massive thanks to Kev for the offer. And like I say, there'll be a shout out in the video. We end up executing plan B because it's nice of him to offer. Everyone's saying hello to each other there in the chat. Jeff, our very own Candygram for Mongo. I'll get Fox to do the voice when he comes back because, yeah, because I'm useless at voices. He will mock me. And you all will mock me, actually, so I'm not even going to attempt it. Here you go. And then we can have a little bit underneath where that bullet hole is, because we'll do the silver in there. But we'll also, when we start doing the dot filter and the streaking, we'll just have a bit of rust streaking down from that bullet hole, because it's an old one. Condensation would have gone up this pipe, and yeah, so we've also got a little bit of rust forming around that dent where paint initially got damaged. So the story of it is coming together. Here you go. We now want, what's Steve saying there? Paul says, I think my build for the HLI Halloween group build is done. We'll take some posters, photos even, and post them soon. Not sure what to name it yet. Don't Don't forget, Paul, first week of the month is upon us soon, mate. So it'll be a gallery show on the Sunday brunch for that. So, yeah, keep your work coming in, folks. If you've got stuff that's nearing completion and you want it shown on me gallery, get it in before the first week of the month and we'll show it live on air.
Back for a few minutes.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I've just been yattering with the chat in your absence because I can.
Hello, chat.
So, yeah.
I should go off again in a minute and then we'll be done.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No, mum's more important than me, mate. Blimey. Sort mum out. Bloody hell.
Not when it comes to live streaming, because this stream wouldn't work if it was just me and mum.
I think that would be entertaining. I'd tune
in.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out this stripe, and I can't in my head see whether I need to do more black or more
just imagine Mama Fox going, you behave yourself, or I will show everyone that picture of you with your mullet.
I never had a mullet.
Yeah.
Don't push your social failings onto me, young man.
Yeah, but I didn't have a fake ponytail, did I? I had a real one.
Well, I had a real one eventually. I only started off with a fake one to get myself started off.
Resort into fakeroonery.
I only had a fake one for like about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months until my hair had grown. Because trust me, at that point, when I was growing my hair out, it was when my hair gets to a certain length, it looks ridiculous. It just sticks out all over. It just sticks out all over the place in all the wrong directions.
At least your hair can get to a certain length.
That's true.
If I was to grow my hair, I'd look like a pig in a blanket.
Ooh, pigs in blankets.
Or as Ellen says, it's only when you grow your hair out a little bit that I realise how bald you've gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
Thanks, love.
Thanks for your vote of confidence. My ego and image is shattered.
Yeah. Remind me why I married you again.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that brave to ask her that. God, that would be a beating and a half.
Yeah. There's some questions you shouldn't have to ask. Not because you should know, it's because you don't ask.
I'll make her out to be such an ogre. She isn't really.
Yeah, we know. It's like a comedian doing the mother-in-law jokes.
Yeah, she isn't that bad. She is lovely.
He says loudly.
Nah, she is. Yeah. I know I pull your leg about her, but she is. She's. And if one more person says, is that your daughter, I'm going to kill them. Because she goes, oh. I'm like, yeah, I don't mean it, love. They're taking a piss.
And then she hits you where the sun doesn't shine.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, this is quite fiddly now, that.
Bit of chipping around there, a bit of chipping all the way up there where that's been rubbing. Have you a bit of that?
When it comes to doing these stripes and things, this is where the OCD can kick in, even if you're trying to do rough orc stripes. Because if you get one stripe that's not quite parallel to the other one, it's like your brain goes, oh.
I was like that when I was doing me spiral, mate.
Yeah.
Like, and honestly, I got myself right on date with it. It's like, yeah, just paint it, Carl.
Yeah, you just end up going backwards and forwards. You're like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you think you've got it just right, and then you realise there's one bit that's not quite, so you adjust that, and then that throws everything else out. You're like, oh, fudge.
Yeah. It's like, really? Why on earth did I do that? Yeah.
Biscuits.
We've got that done. What colour should I go for next?
Still doing chippingy bits?
I am.
Ooh. Now, here's an important question for you.
Found not guilty.
No, I will save that till after I've put Mama Fox to bed.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Jeff Light says, I know the feeling. Foxy's hair's looking like an explosion in a mattress factory.
It's like my hair goes through like I have the short phase, and then it goes into the sort of slight swashbuckly phase, and it goes into the cool like Battlestar Galactica 1970s phase. But then it just hits this bit where you've got the 1970s Battlestar Galactica style hair with massive bits that stick out above the ears 90 degrees to my head, and it's like, oh. And they're not quite long enough to flop down, so they just stick out at that. It's like, oh. So I have to get through that bit, which is what the extensions were for.
The extensions, look at him.
Extensions.
Look at him with his extensionness. I'd pay money to see that. Mind you, saying that, my sister has been saying that she's going to be going through her photo album, so yeah. Fox's feed's frozen now. Are we still streaming? Can you let me know in the chat that we're still streaming out? Looks like we are. So it could just be Fox's drop there, so yeah. Just let me know in the chat that stream's still coming through live. Because I've lost Fox's feed. Old J. Lewis has got me some toasted potato cakes with real butter. Yum yum, butterlicious. Yeah, I have lost Fox's feed, so hopefully he'll be back shortly. Yeah, still streaming. Thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, it could well be an issue Fox's end then, mate, so I'll let him come back in a moment, so we'll sort that out. It's typical that it happens the minute I load a paintbrush up. Not to worry, we'll put that in water and see if we can get his hand working again. I'll message him to let him know that his feed's gone. Yeah, he's sorting out his broadband at the moment. So once he comes back in, we'll sort that out. So I'll just full screen until he comes in for a moment. Do it that way. That'll let him come back in then. Get rid of all of that off of there. Start again. I know what'll happen the minute I clean this brush. So I'll leave in the red on for a minute. Yeah. Kevin says still okay, Cole, but no Fox yet. No worries, mate. I'm just waiting for him to come back in because his broadband's gone pop. So once he's back, I'll load him back on. So for the moment, you'll have to put up with me on the full screen. So yeah. Orcosaurus says to Joel, that sounds very tasty. Absolutely, mate. Bung that, so he's just going to sort his mum out first. So let's lock that off of there. Off. Right. Yeah, Jeff Light says we're still streaming. Joel Grit says I put steak and ale pie and roasties covered in Southern-style gravy in me belly. He's got nothing on his bench at the moment, as nothing is taking his fancy. Mate, steak and ale pie. Oh, so wish I'd been down your gaff. Definitely. Absolutely, mate. Steak and ale pie. Oh, definitely would have had some of that. Where did I put my other dude originally calling me watch? That's that one. I don't really want to use that one again. So let's have a quick swig of drink. So we get some more red down. Try to get this exhaust all painted up. Let's use that brush a minute just to get some paint on there, and then I can always come back and add some dry brush into it with a lighter colour. I just want to get a decent base down on it, so ignore the shonky paint job. I don't care, because don't forget Fox painted it. Let's try and do that without breaking it, Cole. Hey, Captain Twitchy, told you. There you go. Let's try and get that on there. Get a bit in there. Work my way up. This would have been so much better painting this in sub-assemblies. It seemed like the idea at the time was to get stuff built. But upon reflection, yeah, not one of our greatest ideas. Oh, we got a guru back in. I didn't spot him. So what I mean, the minute I put paint on my paintbrush, that should be Fox back in. So let's go back to there. Again, if you could just let me know in the chat in a minute when Fox's stream's coming through, folks, just to let me know that you can see him.
Am I back?
Yeah, looks like it, mate.
Basically, just as I was going to go off and sort Mama Fox out, my internet fell over. I was like, oh. So I got booted out, so I had to go back in again. Sorry about that.
That's all right, mate.
La 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 la.
Yeah, I thought it had gone quiet.
Well, I was talking away and I said something and I was like, wait, hang on. He's not responding to me. Oh. Yeah. And I thought, my computer's suddenly not screaming fan-wise. Why is my fan not on?
Yeah.
And he was like, wait a minute. If my fan goes quiet, that's never a good sign.
Yeah.
Did you miss me, darling?
I did. It was very lonely, mate. I was sitting here with the crickets and everything. I was feeling lost without me co-host.
There you go. Is the right answer.
Yeah, we'll get all the red on that.
Mama Fox says, big hugs and a kiss to you.
Yeah.
And she says, big hugs to the internet.
Oh, bless her.
Their internets, big hugs from Mama Fox.
Yeah, Dorkosaurus says, yeah, welcome back. Paul Lewis says, sadly, we can see Fox again. Oh, poor Fox. Poor Lewis. Fox. Poor Fox.
Yeah.
Oh.
I could get complex about all this.
You could, couldn't you?
And I could charge somebody.
Yeah. Mum's all parked up and in the land and nod.
Yeah, she'll be out spark out within minutes.
Yeah, bless her. Bless her heart.
Mm-hmm.
So I get to mock Ted again by saying that I'm her favourite.
Yep. I'll back you up on that one.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest though, I ask her on a Monday who's your favourite, so I'll have to ask on Monday who's your favourite this week. She sometimes says Ted just because she feels bad that she
feels guilty, doesn't she? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say Ted because otherwise you'll feel really sad and
I'll
feel guilty.
Yeah, we'll lie. We'll say it's Ted this week.
Yeah.
But we'll both know the truth.
Yeah, I'm a favourite because I make her cups of tea.
Of course you are.
Exactly.
If that's what you're telling yourself, I'll believe you.
I introduced her to Barry's tea, so I'm completely her favourite.
Ah, yeah.
No one in her eyes can compete with that. I'll have you know. Thank you very much.
All right, so we've got a bit of a red pipe going on, so we can have that.
I don't smell that yellow stripe or a black stripe.
Yeah, so that's got a base on it now.
Base? How low can you go?
Yeah, got a base on it now. So we're going to have a bit of that, and then we can put the lighter red on in a minute.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Did I accidentally do a bit of boombox there? Did I?
You did.
Sorry, I've been watching that, but it's. My therapist says I need to try and control my beatbox, but if anybody out there has got like me and in a beatbox, you know it's not necessarily something you can control very easily.
Yeah, Fox and his beatbox, legendary amongst Fox.
It's like, is it me with my beatbox, or is it my beatbox with me? You never know. You see who's in control.
Exactly. Right. What have we got? We can't do any of that until I've done me chipping and rusting, so all the detail work will be done later. Oh,
steady.
So we've got what can we use for that? It's light enough. I saw what he did there. Jeff Light says night to Mama Fox. Night, Mum. Hope you're doing all right.
Night, Mama Fox.
Yeah.
Bye.
Well, Mama Fox, bless her.
Be snoring like a navvy soon.
Oh, yeah, she's going to be there, full blown. Does she do the eye of the engine like my missus?
No, she does. She only snores when she's sleeping on her back. And you know she's sleeping on her back because for while she was ill a long time, I had the bedroom door open so I could keep an ear open for her.
Yeah.
And like normally she can't hear her, but when she lies on her back, she goes, silence.
Yeah.
Only when she breathes out.
Oh, like a submarine submerging.
Yeah, because her lips just going to go bleh when she breathes out. Bless her. Still can't quite get the hang of that one.
He says, I don't want to overdo it, do I?
Don't ever say those words again, Colin. You need to stop saying those words. If anybody in this world is not allowed to use those words, I don't want to. Oh, shut up. Yeah, but I don't want to shut up.
Yeah, I think I've really excelled myself with overdoing things this week. Yeah.
You don't overdo things, you just do things.
I got carried away again, didn't I?
What did you do this week?
I've been doing more designing, ain't I, with the
secret thing.
The ELO build, yeah.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah. That's all I can say. I'm not saying anything else.
I don't know. It's a living thing.
So he did there.
Yep.
Thing is, it's taken so long. Yeah.
Yep.
It's the only bit I know of that. I can't remember the name of the track.
Yeah. Don't do it again, though. You'll bring me down.
Yeah.
Don't bring me down.
You're good. So, yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. Obviously, I did the Workbench Wednesday for E-Models. So head over and have a look at that, folks, if you didn't get to see it. So I've been doing the barrels and the wood on the truck.
Roll out the barrels.
So I've been doing that.
Shall I not do that again?
No, you carry on, mate. What else have I been up to?
Do that. I'm being a bit racist to Londoners.
No, no, not a problem.
No problem. Just don't ever come down south of the.
Yeah, it's just we will punish you for that when
we will find you and kill you.
I will. Start sleeping with one eye open, mate. But no, you're good, mate. You don't do it as an offensive.
Damn, I must try harder next time.
Jeff's off to bed. Catch you later, Jeff. Talking to beddy boys, I'm off to catch up on some Z's even. I'll catch up later. Take care. Stay safe. You take care, Jeff. Thank you very much for popping in, mate. We love seeing you in, buddy. And yeah, sleep well, mate. Catch you on the next one.
Next time, bring pie. Pie. Pie.
And I've been planning a bit of electricery as well for that build. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then I started getting all the components together for me drying box for me painting. So I should be filming that for Mr. Candygram for Mongo because he likes my little side projects that I do.
Is it going to have, without giving too much away, is it going to have, let's say, an audio aspect to it?
No, there's going to be no audio. This is it's a drying booth I'm building to put me shiny stuff in when I'm
I'm talking about something else then completely.
Drying the paint. So yeah.
Oh, I was talking about the secret thing.
Oh no, the secret thing's got audio and video, yeah.
Because obviously I can't really say too much without giving too much away, but
yeah, I've got some components on order for that I'm waiting for.
Specific audio files, if you need them, I can provide them.
Yeah, you're more than welcome.
But only from 3 different sources because those are the 3 best ones.
Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, it's been a week of good, better, best, if you know what I mean, because when you can't do the great things, I like to have other things I can do to stimulate one's brain.
It's a bit like me when I had like 1 million Imperial Guard figures to build, like infantrymen. I was like, you know what? If I'm early and I can't be arse moved, I'll just go and build a whole mess of Imperial Guard infantry because they're simple to build, kind of relaxing, and it passes you a few hours. And it gets me at the bench. And that's often a fallback. Just build some Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
Old Imperial Guard, not
Well, I've got a
modern
load of dudes that I primed as well, so I can sit and paint them. And got some templates that I've created for the filming of the Insane Blade. I've been sorting out artwork for that and the Warlek. So, yeah, there's quite a bit going on in preparation for the new year because I want to try and hit all the builds that I've been sitting there waiting for the carcass to get back. Yeah. And yeah, so all the artwork is getting done for them builds so that I can jump in the new year and kickstart everything again.
Kickstart. That was a program on TV.
Yeah, Peter Purvis was the host.
I remember it.
Yeah, Trials Bikes.
Was it on children's BBC though for some reason?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, was it a Saturday night on the CBB?
No, it was before. It was like literally like 1980s, like after school before dinner, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't know why it was a children's program, but
yeah, before the delight that was John Craven's newsround.
Oh no, that's the normal news music.
Yeah. So yeah, quite a nice variety of projects, you know. And I've got all me stuff that we're going to be painting on the live streams for the Warhammer. I've got like all me dudes and everything like that. That's all primed. Some of them I'll film. Some of them will be done on live streams. So it's just a matter of lining up content that can be getting filmed in the background and then released as the year progresses. So
yeah. I mean, I need to get back into actually filming stuff, but then it's a choice between what do I film? Yeah. And what do I keep for painting on? Now I've painted some Orc stuff. I'd be quite happy to paint Orc stuff on the live stream, but yeah, I don't want to not film all the Orc stuff I've got.
No, that's it. I've got some that I'll film. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, constantly, I don't want to build two of everything, one for filming and one for live stream, because that kind of suck.
No, you know, some will be filmed and some will be painted live. It just gives a bit of variety, doesn't it?
I'm really jonesing to paint my Mortarion at the moment, but yeah, I've got too much other stuff to do. I've got to paint that Imperial Knight 3 models from last year. I've still not got around to doing yet.
Yeah, of course, I've got another E-Models build. Got another E-Models build to film, which is the Parry Dakar bike. So get that started in the new year. I'll do that.
You know what you need to paint? You know what you need to paint?
What?
Peas.
So, yeah. And again, it's, you know what I'm like. I like to have an archive. I like to have a get out of jail free set of content that I can load if I need to take a time out. So,
yeah. Basically, you like to plan things ahead, which I'm allergic to.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at. So, yeah. Just makes it more manageable, doesn't it?
I'd love to have a backlog to put up in, but I think I tend to film and post. I literally film an episode, edit it, and post it up. I don't leave things sitting around.
No,
I don't know why. I never have.
I've got a couple of build series that I need to voice over. They're ready to go. They're filmed. So it's like, yeah, and it's just one of them because, like I said to you before, if I can't build, I'll sit and do a voiceover.
Yeah, it's because we film in different ways as well.
Yeah.
I just film in little steps, so literally I'll film an episode and then post it. So
yeah. Oh yeah,
it is the order of things.
I might be sat at the bench for 2.5 hours with the camera running. That could be 2 or 3 video episodes once it's dialed down of a build series, and
that's just the way you. That's just the way you film that works for you, though, isn't it? So.
Well, yeah, it works for me because tomorrow I might not be able to hold a paintbrush, let alone
exactly.
Yep. So that's why I do it that way, you know. But
see, I could do that, but my using an iPhone as a camera, unfortunately, means you're still subject to the legendary, well-known amongst videophile enthusiasts, FAT32 issue.
Yeah.
Which, if people don't know what that is, if whatever you're using for something, it works off FAT32 memory, like off a hard drive, whatever, and it's video files, for some reason, FAT32 memory can't cope with files over 4 gig, which is why if you film on an iPhone, if your video file as you're filming goes over 4 gig while you're filming, it's probably not going to be, you'll try and transfer it to the computer and it'll just be corrupt.
See, I don't have that problem.
Yeah. Well, I think Apple phones use FAT32, don't they? So, but also, if you use Windows Movie Maker, default free Windows software, same with that. If you render a video and it goes over 4 gig, even by 1K, the same issue kicks in and it'll be corrupt when you try and play it back. I learned that. And I had to keep my...
I don't know why you're getting that, because on average, my videos are between 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, sometimes 10 gig.
No, this was using Windows Movie Maker.
Oh, right. And then files will go straight through from an iPhone, straight onto my computer without a blip. So...
It's
interesting.
It might be, if you're using the default camera app, it might not be a problem. But I think it's because I'm using whatever it is I use, the camera app, third-party camera app, that's probably addressing the memory in a different way.
Yeah, the last time you recommended an app, Filmic Pro, it now cooked me phone, so I just used the default.
Yeah, I don't know why mine doesn't do that, but
yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, so basically, as long as I keep my little clips at, as long as I don't film for more than sort of 10 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes, I'm usually all right. Because what I find is, there's nothing worse than, it's not ideal the way I film, but there's nothing worse than filming a bit, finishing it, going to transfer it to computer, and when I load it up, it's just not there. Because, and then what I have to do is, I can still get it, but I have to airdrop it from the phone to my iPad.
Yeah.
And then I have to upload it from the iPad to my Google Documents file. And then I have to, on the PC, I can then download it from Google Docs, and it's a video file, it's there. But it's with, I think because the way my Filmic app uses the memory, it records it to whatever memory, but then you have to transfer it to the camera roll. I think that's where the problem comes, because it's not going straight to the camera roll.
Yeah. So
it's a professional. Yeah, it's a professional camera app. So
yeah, see, I've not had that issue, because everything for me goes through the Adobe suite, and then things like After Effects gets built in and all of that lot. So I deal with everything in them applications.
Oh no, I mean, this is just literally taking the camera footage, because if you use like the built-in native camera app, it just stores it straight to the camera roll, which is fine.
Yeah.
But if there's a number of different camera apps out there, and all of them, none of them use the camera roll, because I don't think any apps can have direct access to the camera roll.
No, that's right. It's a lockdown, mate.
Yeah, so all the professional apps that you get for iPhone will record it to somewhere else specific for that app, and then you have to transfer them to the camera roll.
Yeah,
I think it's also because they're usually stored in RAW formats that the camera roll doesn't tend to use. Because I think it's AAC on iPhones, isn't it, or something like that?
Yeah,
MP4 and QuickTime and AAC and stuff, which professional apps just use kind of RAW formats. So it's just the way professional camera apps work. It's a bit of a faff.
Yeah, I've never seen the point of having one on an iPhone when I've got a professional editing suite. It's like, yeah.
Well, yeah, you can't film on a professional editing suite, though, can you? It's not. It's just the professional camera app just means you've got individual control to exposure, saturation, all the other different settings. And on the one I've got, you can do things like you can go into the graphs for all the color balancing. It's got all the professional stuff that a professional cameraman would use.
Yeah, I've got that in Premiere Pro, exposure and all that. I've got all them controls.
Yeah, no, but there's stuff you can't do in that you have to do on the camera.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. There's stuff that, like, if you look at a professional, like, £10,000 camera.
Like I say, you do it your way. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just different ways. I mean, I need to be able to basically control things like exposure and aperture and ISO and things. You can't do that on the native camera app. That's the only downside. It's a great camera on the iPhone. You just can't do anything with it. It's just like click.
Don't you think you're kind of overdoing it though by doing it that way, really? Because you can do all of that as editing afterwards.
No, it's literally the thing I need is to have white balance and focus are separated.
Yeah, I can do that on Premiere, but not to worry. Yeah.
No, you can't control focus on Premiere.
I can go in and edit anything on the footage, Fox. I'll send you a copy if you don't believe us, mate.
No, I mean, you focus, like, if I want autofocus on my iPhone so I can move things around.
Yeah.
But I need to also set the white balance, lock it in place. So it doesn't adjust while I'm moving things around. You can't do that in the native iPhone app. If you lock the white balance, you also lock the focus, and that's no use for me, because then you have to keep the thing.
I've got a toggle for that in Premiere. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't want white balance moving back and forth.
I know.
While I'm filming.
You do it your way. Yeah.
It works for me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I don't need to go and do all the farting stuff afterwards. I haven't got Premiere anyway.
Yeah, you just go through Movavi or something, don't you? So
yeah, use Movavi for mine. I still do post-processing on the footage, but
yeah. But
the thing I found with the native camera app is if you don't lock the white balance, it's horrible. Every time you move something, the screen goes light and dark and high. It's and the exposure and white balance are locked. It's like, oh no. So rather than go back and have to fart around, I'll just lock them. Nice then. Set me ISO.
In other words, everyone else that films is shite, and yeah.
No, I'm not. Don't give me that. I'm not doing it. I'm not saying it like that.
No, I just love the way you go into things. It's quite sweet.
Yeah, I'm doing it in a practical way. I need to make sure it's not flashing up and down all the time.
Absolutely. It's just so sweet.
Other people have expensive cameras that, I can't afford. So.
It's like,
I could afford several £1,000 camera.
Yeah, we'd all be using DLSRs or DLS or whatever they're bloody called. But yeah, but
I afford that. So as long as I can.
What I do, I don't want that high quality of picture because people see how bad it is.
Nonsense. Put yourself down.
Yeah, but I can.
Yeah, but you shouldn't.
Can't help it.
Trust your Uncle Fox. You.
Bung that in there. And I'll clean that brush off and I'll have a looky-loo at chat, see what's going on.
I think I'm beginning to tame these stripes just about.
Are you getting carried away again? I
am, but I think I'm beginning to tame them. I think they're starting to
work their way to your way of thinking, are they?
They're starting to look almost.
You says one of the many reasons not to have any Apple product.
No, I disagree with that. Nothing wrong with an Apple phone if it does what you need it to do, whatever you're using it for. It's just a phone. I'm not loyal to any one particular brand, to be honest. But everything I've got is an iPhone, so I'm not going to suddenly migrate everything over to...
Yeah, I mean, when smartphones came out, that was the one that was about at the time, and it was, I bought that, and that was it. And then I thought, well, why should I change to another brand when everything I've got's on Apple? So
for me, it's laziness. It's just like I could get an Android phone, but you know what? Yeah. Everything's on my iPhone. I'll just put it next to my new iPhone and it transfers across. There you go.
I've got Windows PC. I've got Apple Mac laptop. I've got Apple iPhone. I've got a Galaxy Android tab in front of me. So I've got a bit of everything, and they're all good at their own thing at the end of the day. Yeah. They all do what it says on the tin.
I'm just agnostic to brands. I don't really care, but I'm not like loyal to any specific brand, but I'm very lazy, and if I get a thing that works, I'll just stick with that. Yeah,
I don't sit there going, "Oh, it's the latest Apple thing. I've got to have it." Yeah. It's like, look, if it works, I'll get one. If it don't, I don't bother.
I'm on an iPhone 7 for my actual phone, so I'm not one that snaps up the latest one either. So.
Yeah, Candygram says, who remembers the Windows Phone? I don't know whether they're still going. Are they, Jeff?
Oh, God, no, they're long dead, those. The Lumias and the Nokia Lumias and stuff like that. Yeah, no, they're long dead.
You know, when the smartphones came out, I went from a Motorola Razr to an Apple iPhone 3G because that's what it was about. And I had my iPod at the time that had all my iTunes on, so for me it made sense. And all my laptops have always been Macs anyway, so...
Well, you use Macs for work as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
It's just what you're familiar with.
You know, so
when iPhones first came out, smartphones first came out, as in iPhones, I was on a Nokia N95. I was a Nokia, but I've been Nokia for I've been a Nokia man since like 1996 or 7.
Yeah.
I started with the old 5210, whatever it was.
Yeah.
I've always been Nokia because I just thought this is where more details are stored on Nokias. Yeah. And then Apple came out, and I didn't get the first iPhone because my mate got one, and I'm like, wait, so you can't do text message on it? You went, no.
Yeah, yeah, none of that was. Yeah, you couldn't do the multimedia messages at the time, and then it was all kind
of came in later, didn't it?
Yeah, it was all jailbreaking back then, which is what I used to do. And you used to basically jailbreak the phone to get all the decent apps. And eventually Apple realised that, we need to be a bit more savvy on this because...
It was hilarious. My mate was like, look, I've got this new iPhone. It's amazing. You should get one. I'm like, can it do text messages? No.
I used to keep my Razor as a burner phone box for that reason.
Yeah. Well, the thing with me at the time was I only used phones for text message because I don't like speaking to people. It's rubbish.
No, I don't bother with that. Yeah.
No. So my mobile phone was basically a camera, even though it was an N95, a camera and a text messaging service.
Yeah.
So he says, get yourself an iPhone. I said, well, there's no text messaging on it, so why would I want one? It's no use to me at all.
Yeah.
And I said, can you do, and there's about 3 other things. He said, can you do that? No. Okay. Can you, no.
Yeah.
But the second one came out, and I was like, you know what? Actually, I could be up for this.
Yeah.
Because then it had a good camera on it, and it was like, it could do text, man. I'm like, okay, now I could be interested. But the first one. So I didn't adopt it straight away.
No, it took them a while, but like I say, you know, it's one of them, innit? You know, it's, I mean, the PC that I'm doing this on, that's a Windows-based system, Windows 10, but... You know, and it does what it says on the tin. I'm happy with it. You know, but
I'm not really loyal to any particular brand. I'm not like a fanboy of anything. It's just
Edward Leonard's gone.
I was like, I'll go where it's easiest for me to be, and if all my stuff's on one particular format of something, then I'll stick with that.
Yeah.
Oh, sniffles.
Yeah, it's what we're used to, though, isn't it? You know, but you look at how the smartphone industry has taken off.
Oh, God,
could we have predicted that it would go this mad? I suppose really we could. I mean, it's funny how it went from tiny phones back to big phones, and now they're trying to go back to flip phones again. And it's like, I'm not 100% convinced with folding phones, though, if I'm honest.
No, I have no desire to get a folding phone because it's just like, oh, look how this could possibly break.
Yeah. Because, you know, we are talking Captain Clumsy here.
I just want my phones to get smaller. But I think Steve Jobs kind of knew where it was going to go with smartphones. I think he saw what the future could be potential. I think he saw it for everybody else, and everybody else was like, "Wait, what?" And
well, the iPhone Max and the iPhone Plus wouldn't have happened if Steve Jobs had lived, because his philosophy is, why have a phone bigger than going from that corner to that corner with your thumb?
Yeah,
you know, that was how he saw it. You know, and I think that was the right way. And certainly the pluses and that wouldn't have happened, I think, if he had lived. I think he would have gone, no, that's too big. You know, that's what an iPad's for. Sorry.
Yeah, I think he saw the potential going forward there of like the smartphone.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was the kind of person, I don't think anybody else really saw that coming, and he kind of thought, this is the way forward.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, what? And then everybody went, actually, you know what? He's kind of right.
Yeah.
And now it's normal now. There's still a big market for non-smartphones there, but that's often in like developing countries and things.
I've still got my Razor. And it still works, you know, but I don't speak on the phone because I don't hear what people are saying. So I text message and media message, and that's it. You know,
I don't speak on the phone because I hate those people. So.
You know, and
I'd rather just text.
Yeah, it's like, just text me, message me, I'll respond, you know, and it's... People do find that funny. They're like, you know, but then like my tariff is geared towards media rather than phone calls and that, you know, because...
The thing with me is I'd much rather spend a few minutes composing a text message so I can say exactly what I need to say than be put on the spot and say the wrong thing in an actual conversation.
If you was to ring my phone for a conversation, you would be speaking to Captain Ums and Ahs, mate.
Yeah.
Because I do. I'm like, oh, someone's rung me on this thing and I don't know what to say to them. And it's
what am I supposed to do? Yeah, I'd much rather slowly and carefully compose a reply that can be awesome and witty and withering if necessary.
Yeah. About the people that ring me and they go, I tried ringing you, and I go, yeah, I know, but I don't do voice calls.
I'm one of those people that I endlessly suffer from that, oh God, I wish I'd said this and I wish I'd said that after a conversation, and I hate that.
Yeah.
At least the text message, I can consider all the options and just go straight in. Ha ha! So, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny though, isn't it? How we are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Muse says, yeah, it's good for music and video, but beyond that, it's just overpriced. Yeah. Like I say, Marcy, you know, you're entitled to your opinion, darling. You know, I don't sit there and go, oh, I must have the latest Apple Mac. It's like, does it do this, this, and this? And dare I say it, I have found, especially in my work at the time, the platform was more stable and didn't crash like Windows did at the time, because Windows used to notoriously crash whenever you was bloody doing something.
Yeah.
And I just found it was stable, especially for graphics and rendering and things at the time.
I've never really had that many problems with Windows, to be perfectly honest. Over the years.
It just worked.
Yeah. It's like, you know, I'd quite like to try a Mac, but then again, I also quite like not to have to pay for Photoshop. And I've got Photoshop CS2 that I've had for years, which is the Windows version, and I don't have to pay for that because it's free.
Well, it's like I was saying before, I'm currently on CC18, and I'm migrating away from the Adobe now because I'm loath to get the latest version. And, you know, there's only so much support out there for the version I'm running. So I'm just migrating away from it to open source editing software now because sod it, you know.
I mean, I have no reason to change it because, like I say, CS2 is like, what, 2003, 2004?
2003, isn't it?
Yeah, 2003. And it allows me to make thumbnails. There you go, done, end of.
Yeah.
There's no support for it. You can't even get it anymore. It's like,
yeah, exactly. Does it let you do this? Does it let you do that? Yes, it does. And that's it. I don't
need it to take my X out of the picture or remove this bush with replace it with a tree. I just need to be able to take a few transparent layers and stick them on.
Exactly, for what I do, you know, and that's it. But I'm playing with GIMP and doing thumbnails in GIMP. I'm using DaVinci Resolve for editing one series of video, just to see whether it's worth me taking that step and migrating completely away from Adobe, because but I used it way back when I did all the trikes as well, so I've always been used to the Adobe Suite environment. So
yeah, I mean, if you want a copy of CS2, I can sort you out.
I'm using CC18, which is fully paid. A lot more modern. And
if you ever want a free one, then you don't need to pay for it. It's no basic, but you know what I mean. I did all my comic strips were done on all my comic strips for years were drawn on CS2. I remember when I first started doing digital art rather than on paper art, it was in that copy of CS2. I've been using it ever since.
Yeah.
I used it more as an art tool than an actual photo editing tool. I've never really it's weird.
Yeah, it's one of them, innit? You know, I mean, yeah. Like I say, the reason I have the paid licenses or paid for them at the time is because it was through the trike business. So, you know, that was it.
Yeah,
you bought it, you paid it, and, you know, it was part of the business, wasn't it, at the time? So
I always kind of, shall we say, accidentally had CS2, and then they just made it kind of available to everybody if you've got a copy of it, you can use it as a backup. So it's like, okay, I'll have that now then. Legitimately.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that looks a bit rampantly bad.
Dare I say it?
Dare.
Some of the older versions of software are so much more user-friendly because the menus haven't been over bloody complicated by unnecessary garnish, as I call it.
Yeah. I know what you mean. It's like, I mean, if I was to open a modern version of Photoshop now, there'd be so many tools and things that I have no idea what they're for.
Yeah, tools without interesting names that you will never use.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'd find them helpful, interesting, but it's like I don't need it to do everything that there's nothing I need to do that I can't currently do in Photoshop CS2.
Muse says, I've heard good things about DaVinci. I haven't used it yet. It is lovely, Muse. I am looking at in the new year of migrating fully to DaVinci Resolve from Adobe. So yeah,
cool. I mean, there's probably loads of stuff I could do in other software that I can't do in CS2 right now, but I just need to make thumbnails, and that's kind of it, really. Occasionally some other bits and bobs, but if I need to do a quick drawing of Fox or make a thumbnail, I can do it very quickly because I've been using it for 20 years. So that's the thing. It's when you've been using something that long, and there's nothing that you need to do that you can't do in it. It's like evolution, you know. Creature will evolve only if it requires to evolve in its environment. If it's perfectly adapted to its environment, there's no pressure for it to evolve. So
I mean, I've been using Adobe Suite since as far as I can remember, you know. So it's one of those. But I played with Resolve a couple of years ago with the proviso that I would end up migrating at some point if my CC18 stopped getting supported, which it now has. Or will be in 23. And it's not that they're going to shut me down from using it. It's just obviously any functionality and that's going to be a bit clunky because they're no longer doing any fixes for it. So rather than me get, dare I say, conned for the latest subscriptions and all of that lot, I'm like, do you know something? I've paid them enough money over the years and still they want more out of me. I'm going to go for freebie open source, and Resolve is basically Premiere, Media Encoder, Encore, and After Effects all in one. So, well,
that's the thing. The thing I've just really remembered that you've just reminded me, of course, is that stuff like Photoshop now is subscription anyway. It's not even just you buy some software and that's it. It's like you pay. It's like, really? So I've forgotten about it.
It's expensive, and I'm refusing to do it because I bought the software. I paid a lot of money for it. And yet still they want to bleed you, and it's like, nah, sod that. You can stick it in your ass. I'm going to now go and migrate to something else, and that's what I'm going to do. All right, could class it as a wibble, but
no, I mean, I've never used any software that has a subscription model like that. No. To me, it's like I buy the software and I use it. So like,
it's a cash cow.
Like Movavi, Movavi might do a new version every 2 or 3 years. And they'll do upgrades for you over the next couple. You know, you buy the version, they do upgrades, like it's version 5.2, 5.3, and that's fine. But then after 2 or 3 years, they might say, now version 16's out, it's the new version. You have to buy it again. I'm like, oh, I don't mind. I'll get a good 2 or 3 years out of it for 45 quid. It's not a subscription; it's a one-off payment. Okay, I can live with that.
It's like Jeff says, he loves open source software. This is the thing, and you know, I've had a good 8 months of playing with Resolve in the background and using some of my existing videos as testimonials in it. And I've got the hang of certain features. And so, I'm more than happy now to start pulling all my templates that are Adobe templates, recreating them as Resolve templates, moving forward and just migrating to that, and then I'll pull the entire suite off my system then.
Of course, you're talking about video editing. I always forget that Adobe does video, because I don't use anything in Adobe for video. I don't use like After Effects or anything like that.
That's what I was saying earlier about all my effects and that. You know, I use Premiere Pro, After Effects, all of that. So
I keep forgetting that, like, to me, Adobe is just photo editing. It's like drawing. It's like I keep forgetting there's all the other stuff that I've never used.
I
don't need all this fancy video editing nonsense and special effects. I've only got a few bits that I need to do occasionally.
I mean, like you're saying earlier, what you do in your camera app on your phone, I do on the system. You know, so we're basically doing the same thing but approaching it from 2 different ends. He said end.
It's end. You keep your end to yourself.
But with Resolve, it's worth it. It really is. So keep an eye out. And I'll let you know when the transition's made and see what you think.
What time should your alarm be going off? 2:30?
Yeah.
Oh, jolly good. I remembered.
Got another 20 minutes yet. I'm just going to paint this bit of rust and then I'll do my standy-uppykins.
Jeff says, I still use QuickBooks 98.
QuickBooks, blimey, I
must admit, it was a long time before I stopped using Windows XP. I think I went straight from Windows XP to Windows 7. Then from Windows 7 to Windows 10. I was on XP for as long as possible.
Quark Express.
I used, what was it called? There was a program called Painter Classic. And that was basically, it was an art program that was meant to simulate like watercolors and oil paints and charcoal and all the traditional art mediums.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely brilliant. You could read, I could do like proper, when I was drawing my cartoon art, it looked like pen and ink and watercolor in this program.
Yeah.
And I figured it all out, and I was an absolute monster with it. And then I discovered Photoshop. And for some reason, Painter Classic stopped working, and I had to adapt to Photoshop then. But for years, I used Painter Classic, and that was up until about 2003, 2004. And that was like 5 years after it stopped existing. So
yeah, I can remember Jask Paint Shop Pro. I don't know whether that's still going.
I remember Jask. I don't remember Paint Shop Pro. I recognise the name Jask.
Yeah.
I remember my first ever foray into digital art.
Yeah.
Photon Paint.
Holy moly, that's a blast from the past.
On the Amiga. Photon Paint. And was it Photon Paint that had the big Tutankhamun mask, or was that the other one? There was Photon Paint and something else. One of them had like a Tutankhamun mask on the front as the logo. That was Photon Paint, I think.
I can remember using Maya.
I was a 3D Studio Max guy, me.
Yeah.
I did. I told you before when I was doing a comic strip. And
3ds Max,
sets.
Yeah,
3ds Max. I got all these books to figure it out, and then I didn't use it much after that. But hey, I think these stripes are starting to look a bit more respectable. A bit, not brilliantly, but still little bits of touch up to do, and then I think we can leave them to deal with the weathering later. That's the wrong brush foot. Which bit are you getting on with yours, dude?
All right, mate. I'm just doing some rusting on the exhausts still, mate, and then I'll do my standy uppy in a minute because it's gone 2 o'clock. So I've got to do the standy uppy in a sec for a minute.
Are you having nervous thoughts about painting checkers on that tube?
No. Not having nervous thoughts. Yeah,
you will be.
Not having nervous thoughts, mate, at all. It's on the radar.
Yeah, you wait till you start painting and be like, oh, why did I agree to this?
Yeah, I will. I know it'll be instant regret, but hey, mate, you know, I said I'll do it. I'll do it. It's
regret, but it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
Clunk. I somehow still haven't pinged the headphone off me crow's nest yet.
Yeah, you've done well.
Oh, it's a miracle.
But no, I'm just, you know, I'm in my own little world chipping at the moment, mate.
Mm-hmm.
But might as well get it done.
Yep. Chipping all the paint away.
That's that done. It's red panels in a moment. But...
Red panel. That was rubbish, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit, mate. Get your red panels here, 3 for £1. Not 2 for £1. Not 4 for £1, but 3 for £1.
Free? What, free as in no cost at all?
Yeah.
Or 3? You said it was free, not the pound.
Yeah,
what?
No,
How can it be free and a pound? Wait, what?
Numero free. Yeah, not free, but free.
Free.
Yeah.
Not free.
Yeah, quantity of free. Yeah.
Southern Ponce, I don't know.
Now.
I'm racist, what?
Just because I knew all the things and you didn't.
I know many. I know at least 3 things about many things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like peas once.
I know for at least 3 things about peas.
Definitely out of it.
I definitely know at least 3 things about worms.
Worms. Are they moist?
They're moist, they're awesome, and they're brilliant. There's probably other things I know as well, but they'll do for now. That'll do, pig, that'll do.
My standy uppy thing because I'm good. I'm good like
You're a good lad. You've got your food and drink to hand, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna have a swig of drink, mate.
Have you got any snacky snacks going on?
Yeah.
What have you got?
I've got some of my little brecky bicky things.
Ooh. What flavour? Breakfast flavour.
Jaffa cake flavour.
Oh, breakfast involves Jaffa cakes. That's the best breakfast ever. What kind of breakfast involves Jaffa cakes?
Musie's got to go back to work later on.
Boo hiss, boo hiss.
She said she didn't remember what version she's on. Yeah, I'm on CC18.
How the hell do I paint a swirl on that?
It still wells. So it still works. Paul J. Lewis says I sub to Adobe because it's Adobe Suite, Illustrator, Photoshop, InDesign are apps I need for his freelance graphic design work.
Well, that makes sense.
Expensive, I know, but they are the best industry standard. Exactly, mate. That's why I went for it when I had my tripe business.
The thing is, there's a business case for something like that.
Yes.
Which makes perfect sense. But for me, for the occasional thumbnail and poncy bit of graphic, there's absolutely no business case at all for paying for Adobe at all.
Exactly.
For the little bit of stuff I get out of it.
Yeah, for the hobbyist, yeah, it's overkill.
Yeah,
that's where
I know I'm doing it for business. I'm not doing it for a hobby, but it's still I don't have that use case because all I need to do is overlay some PNGs and some simple stuff. I don't need to do all the complicated stuff.
No.
Wow, that's the worst stripe I've ever painted. It doesn't even make any sense. What?
It's really chewing you up, isn't it?
No, I've got to paint a stripe on a cone, and I've never painted a stripe on a cone before, and it's really hard because my brain's trying to do some three-dimensional.
You went ahead and said you wanted to do a stripe on a cone. That's your problem, not mine.
But I really regret that now because my brain can cope with the stripe.
Don't think of it as a stripe. Think of it as a spiral because it's on a cone, mate.
I know, but my brain can't. My brain's struggling to figure that one out. My brain can say, my brain can be like, I know how to paint a stripe on a cone.
Yeah.
What it can't do is say, I know how to paint a stripe on a cylinder. Sorry, on a cone. It's going, Is it giving you that tilt? Yeah. It's going, son, you're on your own.
I'm just going to pop your full screen, mate, because I'm going to quickly go and make a brew.
Okay. People can look at my miserable, abject failure. That's just, I'm going to paint over that because that's going to get yellow going over it. So you can see, hopefully, my stripes coming along nicely on the chimbley. But on that, no. It kind of went in, no. I can't figure out what I'm going to do with that. So we'll let that dry for a minute, and I'll go back over it with yellow and start again. Let's have a look at chat. Paul Lewis is on Photoshop 24.0.0. La, 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 la. We're up to date with chat. Never mind. Let's have a look back at chat now. Colin's probably read all this. Edwin, if anyone's interested, I will post my experience with armored Komodo multi-chroma flares. Free metals on cut on a scooter. Oh yeah, I've seen that. That looks awesome. Okay, well, I'm up to date with chat now. So put lots of chat in there, folks, so we can talk about stuff. Ask me questions while you have me all to yourselves. Right, that's just a complete abortion. I tried to paint the line, and it kind of goes round and then into itself. But I kind of think I know what I need. I think my brain's trying to think in 3 dimensions, and it's doing its best, bless it, but it's struggling a bit to think it 3-dimensionally. So if I go with a thicker brush and try and paint this stripe, because on a cone, I know I can just go rip like that on a cylinder, but on a cone, my brain's got no experience of this. It can't quite figure that out. So if I go for a thick line, let's see what happens. Follow it round. So that goes round there. That will go up there like that. If I start with a thick line, that might be easier to follow. That's going to go around like that, maybe. Because the trick is to get the line going up but not crossing over itself. That is indeed the trick, you see. And that will go there. That will go there. And then that will go there onto the center. Okay, that might work, sort of. So if I basically build that thick line out, I might get away with that. Let that dry for a minute. Stripe on a cone is a spiral. Stripe on a cylinder is a helix. A spiral staircase wrong. Helical staircase correct. Just saying pedantically, says Paul Lewis. Yes, I know that, but it's still trying to figure out. My brain's trying to tell my hands what to do, and it can do it easily on a tube, but on a cone, it's never done that before. So I'm just trying to it's my brain trying to map it out 3-dimensionally while it's because the brain needs to tell the hand exactly which bits to.
You're still having a brain fart, are you, mate?
No, I think I'm. My brain's slowly trying to figure out how to do it, and it's like instead of trying to paint lines, I'm just going to do a big thick black line and then just keep fattening it out. I think that's the way forward. I think truly the way forward.
The Bobbins says, paint it pink and turn it into a deep sea tube worm.
Tube worm. Bobbit worm.
Worms.
See, it's all very well saying a stripe on a cone is a spiral. I've never painted a spiral before, so my brain's going. I can't just say to my brain, just paint a spiral, because my brain's like, what?
Yeah, Edward Leonard's going for my way of thinking. He said, agreed at Paul J. Lewis, but this is Fox.
Saying to my brain, just paint a spiral is like me saying to my mate, just build a website. It's like, yeah, no, it's not quite that simple.
Yeah.
So
don't ever change, mate.
I've never done a spiral before, so my brain's got to figure out how to do it.
Edward Leonard says,
moist. It'll look a bit gash, but I don't.
Nothing wrong with that, mate.
Don't care at this point. I'm like, it's going to be a stripe. I'll just paint the whole damn thing red or something else.
Yeah. I'm at that. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm happy with it. Everyone else is wrong and I'm right. Yeah.
Instead of painting in two like lines and filling them in, I'm just going to paint this line and thicken it out as I go along, and then clean up the yellow bits. I think.
Yeah.
Spiral moist tube worm.
There you go. Right, where did we get to on this? That was where we got to, Cole.
To whence did you get, my friend?
To whence did we get? We were starting. Look at the surgical precision on how I have to get my hand close to this. It's like through the gap above the door and the gun. Squeeze your hand over.
Turn over.
Rest other hand on there and then go. Apply a brush to drum.
I've had to do stuff like that. It's quite a challenge, this little puppy, isn't it?
Yeah. See, this is the level we're going to, folks, to keep you going, because we're having to improvise, adapt, and overcome on this, folks, isn't we? And it's like,
I'm having to learn to use muscles in groupings that I've never quite figured out how to use before.
Yeah, I never was a contortionist until I'd done this build, and it's like,
Don't want to see you in a leotard.
There are photos in existence.
No. Conversation has stopped now.
No, there is a photo in existence. I know that because my sister produced it several years ago of Festa during his swashbuckling pirate stage.
Oh, all right. I'd have been the answer and all that.
Yeah. And and I'm like, I will pay you shed loads of monies to destroy and burn that. And she's like, no, it's my ammo.
Now you've said that, there's not enough you could pay me.
Yeah.
The moment you tell someone that, you've just screwed yourself backwards.
Yeah, it's like, she said, that is my lifetime's ammo on you, mate. I said, all right.
Yeah.
I've always thought you was the best.
Yeah. Exactly. The Bobbins and Paul Lewis both say tube worm.
Tube worms.
Tubes.
I'll take it audio and video is still fine, folks. Just let me know if it isn't. Thank you, very glad.
Does your tube worm hurt when you pee, Fox? No. No, you've gone weird now. I like worms, though.
Yeah, we are men of a certain age, so yeah.
Worms. I've got bum worms. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. Yes, have you watched any more Bluey yet?
No, I haven't, mate. No, I said to you I was binge watching House, and once I'm done on that, I'll do some more.
Yeah.
I will fit Bluey in and around DS9 and SG1 and all of that. I couldn't sit and watch 20 episodes of a cartoon, mate. I just can't do it. Not in one hit.
You can. Trust me.
No, I can't. You've got a different mindset to me. It's like,
but it's Bluey. It's not just a cartoon. It's Bluey.
I once binge watched Johnny Bravo cartoon. I couldn't do it again.
Oh, no, that's because Johnny Bravo wasn't that good.
Yeah.
I'd agree with you on that one. But Bluey's just,
Yeah.
Bluey's different.
Still not going to sit and binge watch 6 hours of cartoon, though, mate. Can't.
You are. You will.
It's nice for intermission time between episodes of something else.
I said that. I'll just watch an episode, and then about 4 hours later, I'm still watching like crap.
I did well. I thought, no, I'll sit and watch one episode, and I have done.
Clearly, you need to watch a lot more.
Yeah, clearly you're going to keep nagging me, and clearly I'm just going to ignore you.
No, you get there eventually. I think I'm losing the will to live with this spiral.
You wanted to do it.
Yeah. I neglected to realise the fact that it was, in fact, a cone.
Yeah. See, I could be really cruel and do mine off air during the week, see? Because, you know.
I think I might just abandon this, go back over with some of the colour and just...
Why? You've got that far.
Because it just looks like absolute balls. I can't quite...
Yeah, hold up. I'm gonna interject here and kick your ass now.
No, I don't mean like it looks balls and I just need to do more work to make it look better.
Look at how you got yourself into a state over the checkers on that jaw. Yeah? Yeah?
Well, yeah, but no, I don't mean it like... I don't mean it looks balls and it'll get better the more I fettle it. I mean, it looks balls because I've ruined the black line and I have to start again anyway. And my brain can't figure out how to paint the spiral. It's like, okay. It's like trying to explain how to tie laces. My brain's just like, I know what I want.
Yeah.
But my brain's struggling to figure out.
Yeah, I was a bit like that when I did the spiral on the cone on my WASBomb, but I just went with it in the end. And I ain't as good a painter as you are, so if I can do it.
I guess spirals are one of those things you can either paint or you can't, aren't they? I guess.
You're a spiral. You're made of spirals.
Spirals for everyone. Yeah, it's not a case of it just needs more fettling. It's not like it's at the looking crap stage. That's a complete abortion stage. It's just gone a bit wrong.
If you're thinking it's detracting from the finished model, then go with what you want to go with. You know, if it's eating you that much and you really are now looking at the model itself and losing...
Oh, God, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just looking at this and thinking, I can't be arsed thinking that much about it. I'm just going to paint it some other colour.
Do that then, mate.
It's too late. It's too late at night for me to be doing complicated three-dimensional geometric patterns. That may also be the reason.
It pay then to stop where you are, don't do no more on it, move on to something else, and then when you come into your room in the morning, see how you feel, and if you're not feeling it still, paint over it off air.
Yeah, maybe.
At least you've given it overnight.
Yeah, that's true.
So just move on to something else, mate. Why do you think I haven't done my stripes yet? Because I know that, you know, at the moment, my stripes, my checkers, I know at the moment I'd struggle to do them, so I'm doing me chipping.
Oh, God, yeah.
You know, now, if your cone and that is really, you're hating on it, look at the model and then go, right, what else can I be doing? A bit of chipping, a bit of this, a bit of that. Do some work on your gun or your bombs. And just move away from the chimneys, mate.
Although,
you know there's madness to my method.
There's certainly method to the method. Let's try something. Ow. Don't stab yourself in the ear with your paintbrush. I don't even know how I just did that.
You really are special, aren't you? Right. Okay. Don't want to do anything on the bombs because ordnance would be newer.
Bombs. Please don't drop it. Steady, Naris. Steady.
Right. So let's get a bit of light in there. Snooze to me alarm for 5 to 10 minutes. And then when it next goes off, that's when she'll be getting the phone call of doom.
Phone call of...
Yeah. Oh, I haven't been before. I was enjoying my dream.
You?
Yeah, bless her. Right. that's a good place to end the red. Oh, I've got to do a bit on the flag. That was what I was thinking.
Amazing how much people hate you when you have to wake them up. But then when they want you to make a cup of tea, they don't hate you anymore. It's amazing, that, isn't it?
It is, mate.
A lesson for our time. Where's that going to go? That's going to...
A little bit of that on there.
Right, I see.
Old J. Lewis says, having a wibble, Fox, send a part to me and I'll paint it for you.
I'm not having a wibble.
He says, alternately, paint the cone differently. Oops, for example. Oops.
I'm not having a wibble. It's just one of those things where it's like trying to...
You're having an artistic conflict.
Yeah, no, not a conflict. It's just like I'm normally I can think, right, I want to paint X, and my brain says, here's how we're going to paint it, and we do it, and it usually works. But this is one of those things where I've never done it before. My brain's going, I want to paint X, and my brain goes, I don't know. Don't look at me, I've got no idea. I'm like, oh, there's no muscle memory. So hang on, I'm doing some bits, though. We're having a bit of a tweak here. So all is not lost. Not yet. Because I've never really gone out of my way to try and visualize a spiral on a cone before. No, I think I know what it looks like, but I've never really thought about it.
Do you want me to get me X-Wing over with the spiral on the cone for you so you can visualize it, mate?
No, it's fine. Are
you sure? Because I'll happily do that, or I can take a picture of it and send it to you on the phone.
No, I'm determined to get my brain.
All right, mate.
To use its three-dimensional thinking folds.
You go careful now, because you've had a lot to absorb this evening, mate.
I've had a lot of information to process this evening. Giggle. And so no, I'm determined to force my brain to learn. Because the thing with me is, and you know me well enough now, you know me that I hate doing. One of the reasons I want to still use Photoshop CS2 after 2 years, I really can't be arsed learning.
You hate learning new things. Yes, I do know you well.
Yeah, I can't be arsed learning new stuff.
Yeah, old dogs and new tricks.
No reason to learn new things if the old things work. So this is something, I'm forcing my brain to figure it out. Notice I'm still going with it, by the way. Can I just point that out?
Yeah, no, I'm impressed, mate. Perseverance and that. See, I don't see anything wrong with what you're doing, to be honest with you.
No. Oh, no. I don't really see anything wrong with it. It's just my brain's trying to struggle to figure out how to...
Yeah, don't overthink it, mate. Just go with it.
Yeah. Three-dimensional topography is not one of my strong suits.
Look at you with your big words.
What are you eating? Cereal bars?
Yeah. Sorry, am I eating loudly?
No, they just sound really nice.
I had to get something in me because I'm about to take some metformin.
Yeah, no, they just sound really nice.
I've just got
Nom. They make me realise I'm actually quite hungry.
Because not only is it an alarm for H, it's an alarm to remind me to take my pills, mate.
Yeah. Right.
I always know when I start to get the jitters. That's why I went out and made a cup of tea, because, Yeah.
Well, I know that. That's why it's never a problem if you have to dump for a bit and I go and...
Exactly. Sorry for the suddenness of it, but it was... if I don't do it now, he's going to hear me slide down the side of the bench, and it's a worry for you then.
You don't have to apologise, mate. I'm more than happy to sort of keep cold of the stream for 10 minutes. You know I can do it. And
I'm more than grateful that you do it, mate.
You know where that conversation is going. We'll leave it at that, but...
Yeah.
It's the one advantage of having someone as a coach who never shuts the fuck up.
Well, not only that, it's also
cover for you.
Having a good friend as a co-host, because they know the reasons. If I say I'm just going to make a cup, so I've got to go.
There's a very good reason.
There's a very good reason why I've got to step out. So. There you go. Look at that. I'm loving that.
Plus, you know me. I live for the limelight, so it's just more attention on me, which is brilliant.
Look at that chipping on that red pipe.
Hang on.
You want me to go full screen? I'm going to go full screen on that. I like that.
I can't see that, but I can see anyway what we're looking at. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Let's just try and get it to focus.
But there you go. Oh, yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
See, red is one of those colours that always works really well for rust.
Yeah.
liking that.
Sorry, that mate, interjecting, but you know, it's I like that chip. I like that chip a lot.
Now, just imagine later on when we've got some rust-coloured oil paints going on, or some rust-coloured enamel paints, and you start doing the little bits to suggest where the rust is leached underneath, and just stain the paint.
And the keen-eyed viewers will notice the little Festa icons dropping in me tip jar there next to the patron. Yeah, it's just a little thing that seems to be, little icons are in there now, little Festa icons. So, yeah.
Cool.
Andy Graham says that looks amazing, but yeah, they'll see it on the screen next to the image of Fox, but yeah.
Ooh, hello. You should all be looking at the image of me.
Yeah. So, no.
The most important thing to look at.
10 out of 10 for your perseverance there, mate. I think it'll pay off.
Yeah.
Paul J. Lewis says, red tube of rustiness. Yes, it's still got pigment to go on it yet, Paul, as well. This is just its initial trick in the eye rust and all of that lot, but there's still going to be pigments and washes. And... I mean, I don't think either of us could say how many more weeks we're going to spend on this, because it is such a huge project, isn't it?
Yeah, all the weeks.
Yeah, no, it's...
Yeah, and don't mistake what I was doing for a wibble by it. It wasn't a wibble. It was just,
Oh, I'm fine, mate.
I have to sometimes shout at my brain to get it to start thinking in a way that it's never thunked before.
You have to educate and persuade yourself. And we all do it in different ways. I mock myself. Like when I get the shakes and drop a paintbrush, it's like I didn't want that brush anyway. And it's the same with you when you're trying to get your brain to analyse or step back from what you're doing. You tell yourself off almost, don't you?
Yeah, because my brain has certain strengths and certain weaknesses.
Yeah.
Things it can do well and things it can do poorly. And sometimes thinking three-dimensionally is quite challenging for me. I don't know why. Sometimes it isn't, sometimes it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's an absolute strength I've got that I can do three-dimensional stuff. And sometimes it's like,
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit like me with that CAD designing I showed you. I imagine it in my head and I can create it on screen. Not everyone can do that.
No.
You know, it's just something I do. You know, I find it quite an easy process, whereas,
But knowing that I'm completely lazy, the risk is that if I allow myself to go, oh, it's too much like hard work, I'll just not do it.
Yeah.
So I have to shout at myself. And then I'll either say, yeah, shut up, Fox, or I'll go back and crack on with it, or I will just walk away and leave it. And it's usually the right answer, whichever one I choose. But at least I've tried to force my brain to do it.
Yeah. Paul Lewis says, for Hi Fox, he says, Guthorn looks like he needs feeding. Just saying. Yeah, he does look like he's lost a bit of weight lately, doesn't he, Guthorn?
Guthorn? No, he's still plump as. I've got a bit of a belly on him. It's because I haven't had any snacks on the bench that he's been able to steal from me without me realising it.
Oh, you've had all the snacks yourself then, have you? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. There's not been as many snacks on the go on the bench. You know, in the old days when people used to send me snacks and stuff.
Yes.
In mystery packages, and of course, I'd film the mystery package time, and I'd go downstairs to give Mama Fox some, and then I'd come back and all mine would have gone, and I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
That's where he got fat from.
Yeah.
Because we haven't had that for a while. So
and you'd be going, Guthorn, have you eaten my snacks? And he's surrounded by crumbs.
He's like, nope, weren't me. Don't look at the crumbs. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
These aren't the crumbs you're looking for. So, yeah, I haven't had that for a while. So, he's waiting till other snacks appear, I think. Dude, you know what I've got in my head at the minute?
Yeah. Is this where I'm really going to worry about getting inside your head now?
At the moment, going around my head right now is the theme music from I, Claudius.
Oh, really? I woke up to the theme tune of Magnum going in my head.
Oh, really?
Don't know why.
I was watching an interview the other day with it was Sean Phillips who played Livia in I, Claudius.
Oh, right.
And Brian Blessed who played Augustus in I, Claudius. They're talking about like making I, Claudius. And it was quite endearing because it was made only a few years ago. But of course, you know what Brian Bless is like. He's loud and he swears all the time and stuff.
Love Brian Blessed.
And Sean Phillips is very demure and softly spoken and very polite and professional. And at the end of the interview, the interviewer says, "Thank you very much for your time." And he says, "No, Brian Bless is like, thank you very much for your time. And thank you to the crew and the camera crew. You've all been very professional. I do apologise of Sean swearing all the time. It's really terrible, I know." And it's like, yeah, she doesn't swear, mate.
He's one of those people I really think should have had a knighthood by now.
I thought he had, but he hasn't, has he?
He does so much in the background that isn't advertised and publicised, and
he is a national treasure.
I really think that if anyone deserves an honour, it's Brian Blessed. He is such a quintessentially eccentric Brit. But, he's climbed mountains. He's given so much of his time to charity and that over the years. Yeah. And he's not one of these obnoxious, self-centred charity hounds. He does it all privately. And I admire him for that. And, and just to hear him go up and get his knighthood and go, "God is alive!" Yeah. Would be the nuts.
Walk up on the stage to get his knighthood and say, "Is there anyone here who hasn't slept with my daughter?"
Yeah, because if anyone is going to be non-conformist to protocol, it's going to be Brian Blessed. Don't get me wrong, he'd be respectful for the honour, but he would do something quirky, wouldn't he?
I thought he was already like an OBE or something.
I think he might be an OBE or an MB, but I do think he should be a Sir.
Yeah.
Sir Brian Blessed has just got a ring to it. Chuck, if you're watching, when you do your Christmas honours this year, mate.
If Patrick Stewart gets a knighthood, I think you can spare one for Brian Blessed.
Yeah, Brian Blessed, national treasure. Give him a knighthood, mate. I think he should have one.
My favourite ever impression of Brian Blessed is on the Infinite Monkey Cage with Professor Brian Cox and I've forgotten his name. The guy that does the Infinite Monkey Cage podcast. Yeah. He does a brilliant Brian Blessed. He also does a brilliant Alan Bennett as well. But he's like, at one point he's doing something. He's talking about Brian because he had Brian Blessed on the show a few times. And he's talking about Brian Blessed, and he just randomly says, "I'm going to climb this volcano, and then I'm going to eat it."
Yeah,
he did it in a perfect Brian Blessed voice.
Those that don't know Brian Blessed, Google Brian Blessed swearing. It's brilliant. Oh, he's absolutely a legend. He really is.
I think everybody knows who Brian Blessed is.
Yeah, you can't not know him.
They need to sort that out.
He is a national treasure. I really do like him.
I think it's getting to that time of the year when I must do my 2 or 3 year watching of I Claudius, I think.
Yeah. Bobbin says he went to an audience with Brian Blessed a few years ago and he was fantastic. Yeah, we had him down here where he was doing like a one-man stage show and it was almost, like an AMA, but oh, mate, once he started goofing around, it was so funny.
He was on the Infinite Monkey Cage podcast with Professor Brian Cox and I can't remember the guy's name. Oh man, it's a brilliant podcast. Anyway, they're talking about Mars and basically Brian Blessed bollocks Brian Cox and says, "Why the bloody hell haven't we gone to Mars?"
Yeah.
And Brian Cox is like, "I don't know, I do physics. I'm a physicist, not an astronomer. What? I don't know. Not my fault."
Yeah, don't have a go at me. Well, I want to know.
He says, "I work at CERN, not NASA. What?"
Yeah, he is funny.
If you never listened to that podcast, by the way, it's an excellent podcast for people who never listened to it.
A little bit more detritus on there. I also stuck it on there for something else that I spotted. Ah, there it is. Underneath
what have you spotted, Colin? What have you spotted?
Underneath his arm pit. Yeah, there's a couple of plates of yellow that I hadn't done my edges on.
Plates of yellow. Sounds very biblical.
It is, mate. It's just one of them. This is the problem. It's such a big model and there's such a lot to it that you think you've done all the panels of one colour.
Nah.
And you're like, yeah, I haven't.
You haven't done that bit of it. Oh, no.
Yeah. That sounds creaky board or flooredness, so that might be the hot water kicking in.
I'll keep an ear out for the boiler.
I'll check. Yeah, no worries. She's alive.
Yay!
Thought I could hear the ping just in the corner there of the.
Right.
Because
Mrs. Workshop.
I'm directly under the bathroom, see. So
underneath the bathroom. Well, it's not exactly the best spiral in the world, but
good enough, dear.
Better than a kick in the arse, you know what I mean?
Better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know whether that come out on air, but I just heard. So yeah, the wife is up.
Oh, lovely. Check your chat, dude.
Oh, thank you. Angus Allett is in. He's put a $10 super chat in. He says, "Good day, chap. The Fox and Festa OBE still up." There you go.
Wackadoo!
You'll be getting a bit of on-screen jingly jangly and air guitar any minute.
That's my new favourite phrase, thanks to Bluey. Wackadoo.
Wackadoo. Yeah.
Like when something goes right, oh, wackadoo!
Yeah.
Also, oh, biscuits.
Yeah. There you go. Enjoy your on-screen air guitar. Thank you, Angus, for your generosity, mate. It will be put to good use, buddy. And it's all coming in rather handy, mate, because, yeah.
Yep.
Things are a bit tight at the moment. So, yeah. You're getting put to good use, buddy. So thank you. Very, very much.
Thank you very much for doing that thing now. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much.
Yeah. Candy Graham says, "Nice one, Angus." Everyone says, "Cheers, Angus." Yeah.
Everybody just say wackadoo.
Robin Ince says, "Paul J. Lewis is the host of Infinite Monkey Cage."
That's it. Robin Ince. I love Robin Ince. He's so good. He does a fantastic Alan Bennett. It sounds really strange to say that, but he does. I can't remember the word. There's one bit where he starts off and he just starts off doing an impression of Alan Bennett, and it's perfect. He's so funny, Robin Ince. If any of you out there have never listened to the Infinite Monkey Cage, they're only like half an hour long.
Yeah,
and it's like a podcast about science. And it's Robin Ince and Professor Brian Cox, and they usually have a panel of guests, and it's recorded live in front of an audience. But it's so funny because Professor Brian Cox, he takes no shit when it comes to pseudoscience. So funny. Like if you said to Professor Brian Cox, "What do you think about astrology?" he'd just punch you.
Really?
Yeah.
Might be asking him that then.
Yeah, no, he's got no time for pseudoscience, which is the correct attitude to have, I think. But it's a really funny podcast. It's really funny. It's like a half-hour thing. It's the typical BBC radio show that they make into a podcast.
Yeah.
It's like a panel show, but it's really good. If not for just Robin Ince's humour. Especially when he does Professor Brian Cox as well. He takes a piss out of Brian
really?
Cox. And he's he's taking the mickey out of Brian whilst talking to Brian. It's so funny. You know, all the way everybody's impressions of Brian Cox saying everything's brilliant, isn't it brilliant?
Yeah.
He does it perfectly. But he does the best Brian Blessed, and he does the best Alan Bennett.
Yeah, I love Brian Blessed. He's just one of them characters that fascinates me.
He's one of those actors that you wish you knew in real life.
Yeah. Could you imagine just going down to Boozer and having a night with him, a beer and a pub lunch? God, could you imagine your ribs would be caning, wouldn't they, in the morning?
The funny thing is, when he's talking, he's obviously got his loud, bombastic voice. When he goes quiet as well, he's talking seriously about stuff.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah, they don't make them like that anymore.
No.
Well, like I say, people are, there are people that, they can't stand him. And it's like, how can you not like him?
Are you not a human being? Do you not have a pulse?
Yeah, he's all right. He's not, he could be loud, he could be this, but take that out of it. Take away from that. He's actually really an interesting man.
Yeah.
you got to get your fix of Brian Blessed, folks.
Yeah. Plus, if you ever want to see a proper example of acting skill, I mean, real, that no one's even come close to beating, then Brian Blessed, Augustus's death scene from Claudius. I'm sorry, you're not going to get anybody to beat that.
Yeah, I need to rewatch I Claudius. I must admit.
Yeah, there's you'll never see any better acting ever, and I challenge anyone to show me something better than Augustus's death scene, because he doesn't speak, he barely moves, and yet he outshines Sean Phillips in that. It's him and Sean Phillips in the scene, and he outshines her, and he doesn't even move, and he doesn't speak, and it's just like,
he's got a wonderful sense of expression.
Oh yeah.
And like you say, to do that without actually doing anything vocally.
Well, the funny thing was that I was watching the interview, like a thing, and the producer says to him, he says, I want to see the light go out of Augustus's eyes.
Yeah.
I want to see Rome die.
Yeah.
In the shot. It's going to be, the camera's going to be on you. Livy will be off talking, giving her a long 5-minute speech. Apparently, the actor Sean Phillips, who played Livy, was really upset at first because, like, I've got this wonderful 5 minutes of complete solo speech, and you're not even going to have the camera on me. They went, nope. She's like, oh, damn it. So he says, basically, the camera's going to be on you for 5 minutes. I want to see Rome die.
Yeah.
I want to see the light go out of Augustus's eyes, and I want to see the empire die.
Yeah.
And by God, he did it.
Yeah.
Without doing anything, he did it. But he did, what he did was so subtle. It was perfect. And that's got to be one of the finest moments in acting ever.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone that's learning acting. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you've never seen it, just search on YouTube for I Claudius Augustus death.
Yeah.
It's kind of legendary.
Yeah.
And it's not a freeze frame. It's all, and he had to film it twice.
Yeah.
Because the lights all went out when he filmed it the first time. To go and do, he said, I'm sorry, but can we do it again? So yeah, no problem. So,
is genius too strong a word for Brian Blessed? I don't think it is. Not for that scene.
No, not for that scene. I've never seen acting better than that. I've never seen an actor do anything better than that. I've seen good acting, but never anything like that.
Here you go.
I mean, let's not pull any punches. Yes, he had some stinkers. Let's say Flash Gordon, not his finest moment. Flash Gordon was not anybody's finest moment.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's one of them films that should be consigned to the bin.
Yeah, he's in his 80s now, and he's still boisterous and loud. He's still climbing Everest every 5 minutes.
That's what I was going to say. It's just a shame he's getting older. You know what I mean? It's just like,
he's already old. He's been old for ages.
Yeah, but to oik up Everest like he does, and yeah.
Like he's like in his 80s and he's climbing Everest every week.
Yeah,
it seems.
Yeah, he has been up there a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Fair play to him.
Bill Bailey was in town recently. Unfortunately, I missed his show. Oh, Bill Bailey's great.
Yeah.
Robin, we've done that. Whack-a-doodle-doo, says Angus Allett. Whack-a-doo! I love it.
Again, Bill Bailey's another one of them people through facial expression. Doesn't have to say anything, but you can pretty much click what he's trying to get across.
Yeah.
And that is a skill, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the thing with Brian Blessed's acting is, this will sound really weird to say it, but in the same way that Tommy Cooper could walk on a stage and do absolutely nothing and have the audience rolling around in tears laughing, which he actually did once or twice.
Yeah.
There's a famous thing where he walked out on stage and before he'd even started doing anything, he just stood there and the audience started pissing themselves.
Yeah.
And they just laughed for like 20. And he's like, he said, I wasn't even doing it. I just stood there. I wasn't pulling a funny face. I didn't even start.
Yeah.
So yeah, Brian Blessed is like that, but for acting.
It's a tremendous talent to have. Very few have had it.
Yep. There's not many good actors around nowadays.
Sadly, you're right there, Fox. There isn't.
No.
They think they are.
I mean, there's actors who are good, but there's no great actors out there nowadays. Not really. Not many anyway. Not that I can think of. This is why I always love it when a film comes up and they've just got a cast of people you'd never heard of. Because that's so much better than a cast of people you've heard of. Because then they're just, they're just saying, I need the Hollywood names in my movie. Okay. It's like the Mario. I was going to say earlier on, the Mario movie. Have you seen the trailer for it? The Mario, Super Mario.
No, I haven't. No.
It's Ryan Reynolds or somebody, whoever it is. I can't remember the name now. Whoever is playing Mario, whoever it is that plays Star-Lord in Guardians of the Galaxy, it's him.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he's doing it, Chris Pratt, I think it's Chris Pratt, I don't know. Anyway, and he's basically doing it in his normal voice.
Oh.
The higher Mario, what? I know you couldn't do the Mario voice because that would be annoying after 5 minutes, but you could at least make him sound a bit Italian, New York Italian. You know what I mean?
Yeah, put a bit of effort into it and make him sound a bit interesting, for crying out loud. Yeah.
I mean, even Bob Hoskins tried to get a kind of Bronx accent going on when he played Mario.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So So I do like movies where you don't know the actors.
Yeah, again, like I say, it just you haven't got any preconceptions then of the film, have you?
Yeah, because you don't, you can really engross yourself in the character because it's not famous actor playing a person.
Yeah. If it was something like, I don't know, Henry V and you had Bruce Willis playing it, you'd be like, yeah, I'm not watching that.
Yeah. But you really can, forget it's an actor and get engrossed in the characters and the story if you don't know who they are. I used to always be impressed by when you watch foreign cinema. I remember Channel 4 years ago went through a big spate of showing like European cinema.
Yeah.
And they show things like Manon des Sources and Jean de Florette and things like these classic French movies, absolutely legendary French movies. And because, I speak French, but even then I'd still have to read the subtitles. But because it's not in English, and you can't tell how bad or good the actors actually are because it's not in English. Foreign movies with subtitles always seem to be much better acted. Yeah. Because you don't know how badly they are. They could be going, hello, I shall now go over to the table and press the button, but you don't know. You don't know what's saying. So it all sounds like good acting. And then you get these like odd foreign movies with tiny budgets and things. And what was one budget I was watching? It was a movie and it was set in an African village. Like a real proper, cliche African village. Pre-industrial stuff. And the acting was absolutely superb. But of course, it wasn't in English, so it might not have been superb, but because I didn't know, I had to read the subtitles. The acting was incredible. And they were nobody's acting the parts. They were people you never heard of.
Sometimes in films, though, they're some of the best films you see, aren't they? Yeah.
But not being able to understand what the dialogue is actually helps.
I watched Star Trek in German once. I can't speak a word of German, but...
I remember I did the same. I was in a hotel, and I was in a hotel in London. And for some reason, when I turned the telly on, it was Star Trek Next Generation in German. I don't know why. I was in London. It was Star Trek in German, and like everybody had the wrong voices.
Yeah, so Commander Data was awful. It was
like Picard had this big stern German shouting voice, and Worf had this little tiny, hello, yes, I am Worf. Hello, das ist richtig. I'm like, wait, what? What? Yeah. Picard's like, nein, die Raumschiff, nein. Oh, I'm like, wait, what? That's not.
Yeah.
Since when was?
Yeah, Riker's voice was almost just as bad, wasn't it? It was like, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, Worf had this small accountant voice. It was like, I miscast that one a bit.
Yeah, he sounded like a train spotter, didn't he?
Yep. Worf's there going, I like peas.
I was trying not to think that, but yeah.
Jeff Candygram says, watching I, Claudius was life-changing. So good. Or, as we actually called it over here at the time when we were kids in the 70s, I Clavdivs.
Yeah.
If you're a true I Clavdivs fan, you have to make sure you call it I Clavdivs. Because that's how we all identify over here. Oh, do you remember I Clavdivs? Oh, yeah. Did you know, what's his face that played Claudius? Who also, his name escapes me. Thingy Jacoby.
Eric Jacobi.
He put a pebble in his shoe so he could limp.
Oh, really? I never knew that.
Yep, he put a little pebble in one of his shoes so he always remembered which leg to limp on for a start. He said, to remember which leg I was limping on, and also to kind of force me to limp.
Eric Jacobi, yeah.
Brian Blessed, one of the most underrated British actors in the history of the profession. The guy should have been knighted years ago, says Paul Lewis.
Exactly.
Bobbin says, one of the best things about the Rings of Power series is that I had no idea who the cast were. And Paul Lewis says, the best thing about the Rings of Power is that the series has ended.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have been a popular one, does it?
No. Angus Allett says, my friend enjoys annoying French people by saying Inspector Clouseau is the most famous French person they know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that would upset them, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't get the British humour over there, do they?
No.
Mind you, does anyone get the British humour?
No. If I was given unlimited budget to make a television series, the last thing I would do is make a Lord of the Rings series of any kind. Because of all the toxic fandoms that are going to just rip your work to shreds.
Yeah.
It's like, I know Star Wars fans can get very picky. Seriously, Lord of the Rings?
Lord of the Rings is such a cult read.
Yeah. Also, Lord of the Rings is rubbish anyway, so I wouldn't make Lord of the Rings. But, you know, I've just offended all the people in the world now. Even boring. What can I say?
Yeah, even the films didn't really do it justice. It's an acquired taste, put it that way.
The one thing I struggled with some of the films was when he filmed it in 40 frames a second, and the problem was that it made all the sets look like sets.
Yeah.
So like, he's walking in front of a big foam thing that looks like a rock, rather than he's walking in front of a big rock.
Yeah.
It's just something about doing it in 40 frames a second ruined it, and everything looked like fake sets. That was The Hobbit, I think. I thought the films were okay. I've never found Lord of the Rings interesting.
No, it's like I said to you before, it's an acquired read, isn't it? Not everyone enjoys it. You know, it's a very niche thing, Lord of the Rings.
I like Star Trek. Not everybody likes Star Trek.
Exactly. You know, I get criticised because I'm not a big Doctor Who nut. You know, it's like, just don't float me boat.
You know, I don't think people are wrong for liking something I don't like or for not liking something I like. It's just different viewpoints, different tastes. That's all.
That's what it is. It's all about being human. Except
if they don't like Bluey, because if they don't like Bluey, then they just need to GTFO. Because if you don't like Bluey, you're not actually human.
Is that as bad as not watching Bluey when you've been told to?
Almost.
Yeah. Yeah, but I did fulfil my deal. I did say I'll send you a screenshot of Bluey on the big telly.
Well, so it was the opening title credit sequence, so you could have not got past that for all I know.
Yeah, I could have filmed me watching it, but yeah, that wouldn't have been particularly.
I took it on trust that you carried on watching past the title.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you spot the invaders, the alien invaders. You make them watch an episode of Bluey, and if they don't fall in love with it within 3 seconds.
I watched episode 1 because they was freezing Dad with the hose pipe, and he was getting soaked.
Oh no, not the magic xylophone.
Yeah.
Angus knows all about Bluey. He's Australian.
Yeah, see, so,
Bluey's a national treasure in Australia, I'm sure. I'm sure every Australian knows all the words to all the episodes. What I particularly like about Bluey is that when it's gone to, it's a production of like the Australians and the BBC. And when it's gone to America, they've taken no bullshit. Apparently the Americans are like, can you change this and can you change that? And we don't understand this reference. And they're like, no.
Yeah.
No, it's Australian culture. There you go. It's set in Australia. We're not going to change it for the American audience. Sorry. I like that. I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that bigly. So yeah, if you don't like Bluey, you're just not human. That's the Turing test to see if somebody's an alien invader or not.
Yeah.
You're going to ask a girl out on a date, ask her if she likes blue. If she says no, dump.
Oh, is that instant scrap heap, is it?
Oh, God, yeah. If you're dating someone they don't like blue, it's just not happening. Do you know? There's that you can actually buy like a Bluey, a Healer family car set.
All right.
They have a four-wheel drive car, and you can buy the Healer family four-wheel drive, which is the car with Bandit and Chili, the parents, and Bingo and Bluey in the car. And it's like, I was like, I could get that and I could paint it, but then it's like, I can't really weather it, so there's not really any justification for doing it. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's quite big as well, because the action figures are quite big, so it's quite a big car. And you'd be like, that'd be mint to get it and repaint it, but you can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
Nah, it's not something you could weather up. I love Bluey.
I'd never have guessed. You conceal that really well, mate.
Bluey's the best thing ever.
Your love of Bluey.
And I'll hear nothing against it. Do. Been watching Python, Faulty Towers, and Benny Hill since I was a teenager, says Edward Leonard. I don't find any of them funny anymore.
Python's of its time, isn't it, now?
Yeah, I can still have a bit of a giggle at Python, but Faulty Towers, not anymore. And I never found Benny Hill funny. Here's the secret thing. In reality, most British people never found Benny Hill funny.
We tolerated him.
People say they did, but those people are all dead now. People who were my age and weren't old and racist in the 1970s, early 80s. Sexist.
Am I right in thinking we used to sit and watch it and feel slightly uneasy as to what we was watching?
Yeah, because the audience was all the sort of fat, racist, sexist white guys. It's like, yeah, no, that's not. That's why it's never reshown over here, because it's just offensive in every possible way.
Well, it went off air around about the same time as Dick Emery, wouldn't it? And that, you know.
Yeah.
Because it was all the same thing, wasn't it? Taking the piss out of coloureds, Chinese, Japanese, whatever. And it's like, yeah, it really is quite awkward to sit and watch it, wasn't it? Yeah. And yeah.
Horribly sexist.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah.
Of its time. But unfortunately, it was to that particular type of audience, the slightly dubious people.
Yeah.
There. I never found Benny Hill funny.
Yeah, it's
funny, like, because Americans really like Benny Hill. It's like, isn't it like a national icon? And we're all like, no, is it like it's a joke? It's no, we run away. No.
Yeah, that's a bit like certain DJs that we don't mention. It's like, yeah. It's like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Every now and then you see something like that pops up, doesn't it, on one of these shows. This used to be on type thing in the 70s, shocking programs, isn't it, and that, you know, and that comes on. Love Thy Neighbour, that sort of thing. You're like, did we really have that on the telly?
Ooh,
and even now you sit there and you're shocked, aren't you? You know, and it's like, yeah. And we was young kids when it was on, so we didn't really understand how bad it was. But as an adult, you sit there and you think,
no. I mean, you have to understand that the adult culture in the 70s was a lot rawer than it is nowadays. You know, there's a lot more. Even in television, like, you know, stuff that we would now consider exceptionally racist. Yeah. Or if not exceptionally racist, exceptionally stereotyping and exceptionally not in good taste. And it's not because, I suppose it's not really, you know, this is the way they were then. This is of its time. But you can look back on it now and say, oh, no.
Yeah. It's just like, oh, no.
But at the time, you know, hey. But yes. Thankfully, I did not grow up with the morals of the 70s.
No.
Paul Lewis says, Bluey is rubbish and is for people who can't appreciate Lord of the Rings movies. Extended versions are the greatest cinematic experience in the history of filmmaking. Clearly, that's rubbish.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, we got an on-screen debate about the start here.
See, I've watched the Lord of the Rings films. They're all right. They're good. I like them. Nothing wrong with them. I say, apart from The Hobbit, which I can't watch because it's in 40 frames a second and everything looks weird.
I have the complete extended version box set of Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Because I've read the book and the films are there. Do they do the book justice? In some places, yes. In other places, no. But they are watchable for me anyway. But again, different tastes, isn't it?
Well, it's just that's not fantasy stuff. Is not my thing. So I think this is me that loves Skyrim, but even that took me by surprise because I've never liked swords and sorcery and elves and all that kind of crap. And it's like, no, boring. Give me space. I want space and lasers but
lasers, cannons, and starships.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what makes us, isn't it? Because we all like different movies, we all like different music, we all watch different stuff, and what it's about, isn't it?
Plus, when I was at school, the people that like Lord of the Rings were like the real nerds. I mean, I was a geek, but I was never a nerd.
Oh yeah, if you was into heavy metal rock music, you read Lord of the Rings in the 80s. It was just one of them. It was the dumb thing.
Right. There were geeks who everybody beat up, but then the people that liked Lord of the Rings at my school were the nerds who the geeks beat up.
Yeah.
There's a food chain.
Exactly. Just trying to figure out how that went on.
Right, I think I've rescued the spirally goodness.
Oh, good, man.
I wouldn't say I'm happy with it, but I'll live with it.
Yeah. Go.
Under the auspices of it's orc and painted by a grot.
Yeah. Let's throw that back in there for now, because that's the ladder and everything that goes inside when the light goes in.
I quite like the fact I managed to give that pipe down the side of the big pipe a rusty finish.
Yeah. Are you happy with your spiral now?
No, but I'll live with it.
Still no. That surprises me.
Well, no, but I'm happy to leave it at that, I think. I would much rather, in an ideal world, that'd be a much bigger piece and I'd mask it all off and get a proper spiral going on, but not really that. Oh, actually, hang on. One little tweak I can make. Hang on. I suppose, no, I can't be that harsh. I wouldn't say no. I'd say it's all right.
Yeah, you're tolerating it. Is that what you're saying?
It's all right. It's come out a bit raw ramshackle than I'd hoped for.
Yeah.
It's not like a beautiful kind of spiral you get on a jet plane's intake thing. But I think I can live with it.
Edward Leonard says it's all history. Let's not erase it, though. Absolutely.
Oh no, I'm not saying at all. I'm just saying, personally, to me, I don't find it interesting. I didn't mind the movies; they were all right. I watched them all. They were like, yeah, it's all right. I don't go all gaga about it though, because it just
personal choice.
Yeah. I don't hate old fantasy stuff. I enjoy Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I've not watched any of the new one yet because I want to binge watch it in one hit. So
yeah, I don't find myself having any interest in watching that though.
But
I suppose the thing for me in Game of Thrones is it was a thing that me and my friend would get together and watch, but she's not with us anymore now. So
yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's kind of got a poignancy to it, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's we spent 7 years talking about it and watching it, but yeah, not really. Right. How much paint have I removed off this model while handling it, painting those tubes? I cannot even begin to comprehend.
Yeah.
Probably much.
Yeah, I've had a few places where I've looked at it and thought, sure, I painted that, and this is where we've been handling it. I might give it a matte coat just to try and protect where it's at the moment, but
Jeff says about when I was saying about Bluey, producers saying F you to Americans to change it. Jeff says, thank you. I hate when we in the US get content that's been edited or changed. What's the point?
Yeah.
I think there's quite a few things that were removed or episodes they didn't show, but they since have.
Yeah.
Like they edited out like where Bluey goes to a market fair and there's two like ponies there for pony rides, done up like unicorns. And they want to go for a pony ride, but they can't afford for Bluey and Bingo to go, so they decide not to do it. And just as they're about to walk off, one of the house horses does a poop.
Yeah.
But they edited that out to the American audience.
Yeah.
And there's something about there's There's a few little bits where they've changed a couple of little tiny things.
And it's like, we all poop. Everyone does it. It's like...
I like the fact that there's so many episodes where, like, Bluey or Bingo or the father is actually sat on the toilet.
Yeah.
And they haven't edited those out for the Americans. It's great.
Yeah.
They do seem to be quite obsessed with toilets. There's a lot of episodes where people are sitting on a toilet.
Yeah.
It's like, really?
Am I right? In Australia, it's a dunny?
Yeah, the dunny. They refer to it as the dunny. Yeah. They mysteriously don't have a door on their toilet. Whether that's just for ease of film of animating, I don't know. But
probably.
There's quite a few fart jokes in there that they've not edited out for the American audience. Or at least they didn't. They haven't now. They've put it back. I know there are some things they didn't show, but then they showed them later, or they put them on Disney Plus or something. I like the fact they've just said, no, it's Australian culture. We're not going to edit that for your culture. You want to watch it? You watch it as nature intended.
Exactly.
La la la. I haven't watched Benny Hill in 45 years, so neither does anybody in this country because you can't. Yeah.
I think I was still at school when I last saw an episode of Benny Hill, mate.
Yeah. Last time I saw Benny Hill, it would have been when it was broadcast.
And as schoolboys, you all used to talk about Hill's Angels the night before, but that was the only reason. We was all, you know, pubescent schoolboys, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And, or if it was Morecambe and Wise and they had hot chocolate.
But it just gave you a very low opinion, didn't it, of women? And it, you know, you just thought, this isn't right. You know, it just didn't sit right, did it? Yeah. Would that sort of program ever appear again?
No. That whole comment was made when you said Americans don't understand British comedy. It says, oh, I don't think that. I don't think it's that Americans don't understand British comedy. I think it's that foreign audiences, not just Americans, but foreign audiences seem to really latch on to stuff, British comedy, that we don't really look back to either fondly or stuff that we're like, yeah, it was all right. Like, there's no big following for Monty Python over here. It's just, it was good. We don't go apeshit over it, but whereas other audiences, of course, other nationalities like Germans, French, and Americans all love Monty Python. Whereas over here, it's like, whatever.
Yeah, it was of its time, wasn't it? And it's like time's moved on, isn't it?
I find it fascinating that these things are adored by our foreign audiences, whereas over here we're just like,
Yeah.
I'm not denigrating American audiences.
God, no. It's the last thing we're doing. The only reason some of it gets lost in translation is because so much of it gets edited out, and that's the shame. You know, it's not a fault of the American audience.
No, I think American audiences are more than capable of understanding stuff from other cultures. Absolutely, I just think they're not. A lot of the time, they're not given the chance.
I think the TV shows are over-censored by the people that run the TV stations. I
think a lot of the production companies and distributors, they think their audiences are stupider than they are. And I don't think the American TV audience is stupid at all. I think they're a lot smarter than the companies give them credit for. But the reason that a lot of the stuff that other countries make is watered down or filtered out is because they think, oh, the American audience won't get that. It's like, well, they probably will.
Yeah.
You know, if they're smart enough to get things like Monty Python, which is kind of so quintessentially British it hurts, then they're kind of going to get other stuff.
We just have it where we go to sell programs to America, and the TV stations, we'll buy it, but you need to edit this, you need to edit that, and of course, I think it's them that are dumbing down the audience, because that's wrong, isn't it? Let the audience decide what they want to see and what they want. You know, if they're not happy with it, they won't watch it.
I always used to get so frustrated where you'd have a movie, and this was especially, it's not so much nowadays, but in the 90s and early 2000s, and especially for some reason with chick flicks that I had to endure for 3 years when I was going out with my ex, it seemed to be quite prevalent that you'd have a movie and it'd be co-funded by an American company. So it'd be a British film, but you could tell the ones that were co-funded by an American production company because it'd be a British film set in Britain, but you'd have one American actor. There'd always be an American in it somewhere. Like, this is the one that's been funded by Universal or Paramount or somebody, because you have to have an American actor in there somewhere. It can't just be all British actors. Used to really get on my nerves. And when I had to suffer through chick flicks, endless chick flicks, with the X, you get all these, like, all the, the Hugh Grant rubbish and stuff that came out. And it's like, there's always an American. It's like, really?
Yeah.
Can they not just accept the film made by some other country that doesn't have an American in it? Do they have to have an American in it all the time? And again, that's not the audience. That's the producers underestimating the American audience.
It's the audience that are getting used or robbed by the station censors almost, isn't it? It's
they're just kind of, I think they're just trying to focus on the fact they think their audience are too stupid and they want to make money. They don't want to challenge their audience for fear of scaring them off. But then you only have to watch stuff like, you only have to watch comedians like, Stephen Colbert to realize that, Americans aren't stupid. They can understand, everything.
Yeah, the Daily Show people. With, what's his name? Is it Trevor Noah?
Stewart. Oh, Trevor Noah. Jon Stewart, Stephen Colbert, just absolute genius.
I love them guys. Stephen Colbert and Noah's stuff when Trump was in office was some of the best stuff I've ever seen, and I love their stuff.
I have to admit that I'd never really watched The Late Show with Colbert until Trump came into office, and then I kind of stumbled across him on.
Yeah, I got hooked to it, mate. It was.
I watch him every day now.
Yeah,
I have to watch his monologues. It's great.
Yeah, the Trump knows all the words bracket edition that Trevor Noah done. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, folks, you've got to watch it. Now, I'm not getting involved in whether he should or shouldn't have been president. That's not for me to say. But the sheer mockery and comedic value of some of them things they did was just up there. Absolutely brilliant television. Very, very and he's stopping now, isn't he? He's stopping the Daily Show and moving on to something else, which is a shame.
What, Trevor Noah?
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Yeah. He's moving on to Pastures News. I don't think
you sure you don't mean that English guy, the annoying?
No, you're thinking that I do know what I read, mate. You're thinking of James Corbyn.
That's it, James Corden. That's the one.
But no, he's not said when he's going to do it, but it's going to happen. Yeah, I read it, mate. And it's and it's a shame because I like what he does, but
well, you never know. He might like what he does after that. Might have gone to better things.
Oh, absolutely. Don't get me wrong, but it's like anything. He's done it for a number of years, and it's time to move on, isn't it?
It's move on. I love the thing on Colbert where they, at the time, several years ago, they had a thing where on Twitter you could suggest an alternative name for Trump.
Yeah,
and they still do. They got so many of them. Every time they mention him, they don't refer to him by name. They mention him by a made-up Twitter name.
Yeah,
and they're all so goddamn funny. I love Colbert.
I would be interested to see what they make of what's going on in the UK at the moment, because it's shocking us, let alone people around the world. It's crazy.
Well, I think Colbert's on a week off again this week, so he's not had any monologues up.
So I shall, a lot of weeks off. Yeah, I shall look forward to see what his take on British news at the moment is, because believe it or not, folks, we're in as much disbelief over here as you are, and it is really happening. Yeah, and it's like, we really are thinking the rest of the world must think,
the rest of the world probably think everything correctly because they're right.
Yeah, it's, without getting into the political side of it, we're not impressed.
Yeah, if you've ever heard an entire country facepalm.
Yeah.
What's the sound of one country facepalming? Very loud.
Yeah, it's, people are getting very, very disgruntled, aren't they? And it's like,
imagine why.
Yes.
But Colbert's just great.
Yeah.
I think Americans suffer with a lot of their like production companies and channels. They just woefully underestimate their audience. And it doesn't help that a lot of outlets do cater for the lowest common. I'm not going to mention names, especially news outlets. Some of them do cater for the lowest common denominator, dumbest shit people in the world. And they know it, and they cater for the people who can't spell their own name without a guide.
Yeah.
And I think it doesn't help then that when other companies and channels are trying to get that market share, they have to then appeal to that lowest common denominator, but they underestimate all their audiences.
Yeah. It's like anything. If you don't want to watch something or you're offended by it, you change the channel.
Yeah. That's the amazing thing. I mean, you know, for many, many years, people have said, oh, Americans can't do sarcasm and satire. It's like, you know what? They
Bloody
do it better
can.
than we do.
Yeah.
They do it better. Right now, there's no real British satire scene at all. There's no...
I would say they're doing it far better than us at the moment.
Yeah. I can't think of a current British comedian that isn't an absolute...
No, I mean, we're sitting here talking about Trevor Noah and Stephen Colbert, so they're doing something right, aren't they? So, yeah.
I mean, I can't name, apart from, say, Bill Bailey, I can't actually name, never mind name a good one, I can't name a British comedian who's worth anything right now. No,
not that's worth anything, no.
No, or a satirical comedian, I can't think of one at all nowadays.
No, they're like hen's teeth at the moment, mate.
Yeah, we've lost the ability. We used to be like world leaders in satire, but we've kind of lost that ability.
Yeah, it's been drummed out of people with the whole woke thing in the UK, isn't it?
Well, it's not that. It's not that recent. I think it's just with the last 20 years with the governments being so boring, the satire's just died.
Yeah.
There's nothing to take the mickey out of because it's just boring, I think. We're masters of satire in the Thatcher years because...
Well, we've said it before, haven't we? There's no characters at the moment. They're all empty bloody suits, aren't they?
Yeah, and there's too much focus on celebrity life and everything else that satire just doesn't really...
The days of, I like peas, have gone.
Yeah.
You know, which was John Major. You know, everyone loved the spitting image, black and white, or grey, multiple grey puppet that they had of John Major, because that's what he was. He was bland, wasn't he? And, you know,
oh, nice peas, Norma.
Let's have a look. Colin reminded me that I need to reread the Lord of the Rings books. It's been a while. I read Silmarillion a couple of years ago. So I only ever watched, I read a bit of the Silmarillion, but I never got past very far. England had the Goon Show, says Jeff, and lots of other great stuff leading up to Monty Python. We didn't. Yeah. When Monty Python showed up, it hit like an atomic bomb. That makes sense then, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Because we kind of...
Well, yeah, we had the Goons on the radio, didn't we? Spike Milligan, Michael Benteen, Harry Seacombe, and Peter Sellers, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. And then I suppose at the same time, if you think about it and what we were just talking about, like in the 50s and 60s when we started to see that kind of bizarre humour, like Round the Horn and the Goon Show and all that kind of stuff.
Tony Hancock, wasn't it? Hancock's Half Hour, him and Sid James.
All that kind of stuff that led into that comedy that then the Americans got without all the preamble.
Yeah.
In the same way, we also saw the birth of the sort of proper political satire in the 50s and 60s with things like That Was the Week That Was, and all those other kind of slightly satirical political shows. Because up until that point, there was no, in the UK at least, there was no real satire. It was like, it was the establishment, you didn't question it.
Well, political satire was frowned upon, wasn't it, by the establishment at the BBC?
It was really in the late 50s, early 60s with things like That Was the Week That Was, and what's his face, David Frost and people like that started doing these like satire shows.
Yeah.
That then our satire thing kicked in, and by that point in the 70s, of course, we had Ted Heath, we had all the successive governments, we had all the strikes and stuff, and then Thatcher. So there was a rife thing of satire in the 60s and 70s here. But then it just died off when Thatcher left and governments got boring and satire just kind of died and celebrity became a thing, and it kind of died. There's no real home for satire now here in the UK. So same with comedy. But that's a good point that they didn't have the build-up with all the sort of 50s and 60s comedy.
Yeah. We were spoilt for a number of years with all of that sort of thing, especially, like, say, with the Spike Milligans, the Dave Allens and people like that, because they were so controversial, weren't they?
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's because they were controversial. I'm trying to think now because I can't really think of what like American comedy was like in the
controversial.
In the 50s.
Dave Allen on religion.
Well, no, I wouldn't. If you're talking about Dave Allen, controversial. But when I'm thinking about controversial, I think the thing with like the goons and stuff is they were more just bizarre, anarchic.
Yeah. And don't forget as well, we had Mary Whitehouse, didn't we? Who was the voice of, you know, you can't do this on the telly. And comedians were restricted because of that, weren't they, at first? But
I think a lot of American comedy at the time was very much formulaic sitcom or stand-up comedy, and there were. I think there was a small number of controversial American comics like Jackie What's His Face. I can't remember his name now, and people like that.
Yeah.
They were more just like swearing and things like that, but. I suppose there was no real surrealist kind of comedy movement in the US till Monty Python came along.
I can remember Richard Pryor and Robin Williams doing their stuff, and then Eddie Murphy did Delirious. But I can remember when Robin Williams first did stand-up, I was shocked because I only ever knew him from Morgan Mindy.
Yeah.
Well,
They never had that kind of surreal comedy movement there, did they? Not until Python came along.
Yeah. Yeah, and we certainly didn't see a massive amount of American comedy on British television, did we? Because it just wasn't shown. Whereas now we get a lot of it, which is good, I think, because, you know, we haven't got someone like Colbert or Trevor Noah now. We haven't got them people because we used to have sort of 20 years ago when politics and that and satire was a thing, but now it's... Wayne, doesn't it?
The closest we've got now is who's the guy that does the Christmas wipe? Not Dom Jolly.
No.
What's his name?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I can't think of his name. Yeah.
He's like the closest we get, and that's once a year. So
yeah,
we don't really have that anymore. Right, I think I'm done with stripes.
Are you done with stripes?
Well, I've got the base colours down.
Do you want to go full screen, do you?
No, it's fine. They can probably see it there.
That's all right, mate. 2 seconds. I'll just put my brush in the water.
I don't wash the stuff on it yet, so
there you go, mate. Your full screen. Show off your wares.
It's just tubes. The spiral I can live with. It's not brilliant. It's a bit rough around the edges, but I can live with it.
Dude, it's Hulk.
So yeah, exactly. So we got the tubes. Now what I'm going to do now is do an Agrax Searche wash over it.
Well, if it's bothering you that much, why don't you put some chipping on it and things like that then, so that you can...
That's what I need to do.
You can distract the eye a little bit and weather it down, mate, and fade it down if it's really getting to you.
No, not really. It's just like, it's all right. Well, what I need to do now is do some shading on it to make the yellows look more orangey in the recesses. So I'm going to get a bit of maybe Fuegan orange.
Oh, you're good. Fuegan orange. That's good. Yeah. Sounds good, that does.
And what that'll do is it'll hopefully tone down the black a bit and lighten it, and it'll also make the yellow look a bit more orangey. And then once I've done that, I'll do some rust chipping to take back the stripes, I think.
You're good.
I might do an Agrax Searche shade first. Well, there's not really much to shade on because it's...
This is why you're a guru, you know.
Nonsense. But yeah. And then what I can do is bring in some highlights as well. So we've got some Casandora yellow. Casandora yellow might be better. Fuegan orange is more of a dirty orange, but I'm not sure yet. Agrax shade.
Happy days.
Weird thing with stripes and chevrons is I like to do all the shading to them before I've done all the weathering. So if I do Agrax, I can do all my checkers at the same time, you see. So I'll do that first.
So good, do you know that?
What are you doing on yours? How are you coming on with yours, buddy?
Is that you've got to go full screen, Cole, is it? Oh, damn you. Damn you and your full screenness. Right, what have we been up to tonight? I've been going around doing chipping, as you could see. I think I might have got carried away. So I've been just going round picking out panels and doing little bits and pieces. I've done some on the top of the guns. And yeah, it's just literally done some white, or say white, but eachother and grey, whatever you want to call it. Still haven't done my checkers yet, but I've done a bit of chipping and a bit of detritus on the pipes.
I think your checkers will be like mine, the work of an evening, I think.
Yeah. So
the checkers might be a bit longer.
And then I'm just working my way around the green panels now, doing a bit on them. So yeah, cool. It's gradually coming together.
Yeah, it's looking like a behemoth.
It's just looking a bit mad.
It's a monster.
I got carried away. And then obviously I did me floor on his jaw to stand me dudes in later when I paint them.
You got carried away? Surely not.
So that's where I'm at with it, folks.
Lovely.
Yeah. And it's one of them, you created a chipping monster, haven't you?
I did. You've given yourself so much more work than I've got to do.
Yeah, but I don't mind it.
Oh, you're enjoying it. I'm glad I did it my way around because I would spend months chipping this, and I think I would have lost the will to live.
Yeah,
if I'd
but
that.
Saying that, you know, there's a method in my madness. I wanted to play with a technique. What better way of playing with a technique than doing it the hard way?
Get your technique out.
And yeah, would I do it again on a model this size? Probably rust it first, if I'm honest. But
yeah, I am liking the fact that I did that. I don't know what I just did it, and it turned out to be probably the best.
Yeah, but because you're a guru, you're so
nonsense
good. And oh, mate, if I could blow smoke up your ass, I would. But you know,
stop listening now. I'm going to make it. I'm going to dilute my shade.
Yeah. There you go. So no,
when you're shading your checkers, if it's white checkers, don't just go straight in with Agrax shade. Dilute it down with some lime medium and build it up slowly. That way, you can start off. You can build up the tinting slowly because you don't want to go in with all in Agrax shade and suddenly all your careful.
Do I get to say it?
Go on.
Multiple thin coats.
Less than 5, but more than 1, and less than 3. I don't know how many, but it just means if I go in now and do 1 coat of Agrax shade, all that white and blue will just go brown. And I want it to be a bit more subtle than that because I want it to be around the edges. So if I dilute it,
subtle.
What I can do is have, say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I never like doing this because you never get enough in the pot and you end up with like a little bit and you have to keep doing it. Let's do one big one of Agrax shade.
What have we got going on behind there?
Mix that in. This will do me for about 2 panels. I'll have to mix it all again in a minute. Tissue. Now this isn't like meant to be like all the other shades where you do shades on your panels and stuff. This is purely for the checkers and the stripes. Because I don't know why, but I like to make them like these checkers are blue and white.
Yeah.
I'd much rather they be off blue and off white and look a little bit dirty before I do any of the weathering that will go on top. It blends the blue and the white together.
Yeah.
And if I then get a wet brush and just tease it away from the center, you can fiddle it around. It just means I've not got blue and white patterns and I've got off blue and off white. And it blends them together a little bit.
Lynn Dipple's in. Hello, Lynn. How you doing,
Hello,
darling?
Lynn. Big hugs to you, Lynn. So we'll just gently get that on. It'll hide it slightly as a dirt coat, but it just means that the edges between the blue and the white blend together a little bit, and it softens any shonky edges.
Yeah.
When all the other weathering goes on, they look like really crisply painted squares, even though they're not. It's just a nice way to get it to. It's almost like a glaze, but not quite.
Yeah.
Because you still want it to collect around all the rivets and things. But it's mostly just being used as a glaze, just to tint it a bit and soften the edges. And for some reason, it does make your checkers look neater.
Yeah.
Which is, remember when I was painting, I was saying, well, they're not very neat. There's a few little rough areas where you've got like a bit of blue showing through a bit of white. It's like, it doesn't matter because this will hide that. Sometimes you want to go over the blue paint with the white paint because you've got an edge wrong. And it'll still be a little bit transparent. And it's like, doesn't matter. This will hide it. So I'll put more on the bottom just to make it look a bit dirty. But this is all about making all the pattern.
Making all the pattern, yeah.
Yeah, just be a bit more uniform. So I've done 1 coat. I'll probably do a few more. It's very subtle.
So
I can afford to put in just neat Agrax shade on the chimneys though, because they're chimneys. They're going to be filthy, and I'm going to do highlights on there, so that can just be neat Agrax shade. It's a bit more simpler. There's not a lot on these actually. Why am I I'm painting this with my mixing brush. Good God, man, what are you doing?
What are you doing? You had
what are you
one
doing,
job.
you heathen?
You had one job.
Absolute bloody heathen. What am I?
Heathen.
Unfortunately, being just a tube, not a lot of potential for painting this stuff on. It's a tube. There's nothing for the wash to collect from around the bottom and the top. We will prevail. I will go back with a highlight for these stripes anyway, so it doesn't matter that they're quite dark. I get quite involved when I do stripes.
Yeah, but it is a thing that you have to really concentrate on, isn't it, stripes?
Yeah. But that's the beauty of, again, like this shade. It's not to make it look dirty, although it helps. It's to bring all the black and the yellow together a bit. And again, it hides any slightly shonky edges where there's black showing through the yellow, or yellow showing through the black, because you've not got quite a thick. Because you're going back and forth, you get these slightly sort of fuzzy edges.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And what I'll do is I'll get the brush and I'll wet the brush. I'll just kind of try and take some of that paint away from the... So I'm just going to water it down on the model, if that makes sense. Just
makes perfect sense.
Watering it down in situ. Because I'm looking for a sort of subtle blend. I mean, these are going to be covered in soot anyway when I finish with them, so... But the Agrax shade also tones down the black a little bit. I don't know, it's hard to explain really. It just makes the edges look a little neater, so even if it's not a perfect paint job,
yeah,
it kind of looks a bit better. Yeah. For some reason in my head, I'm working my way back to you, babe. And I don't even know why. I don't even know who that song's by or what.
Drifters.
I don't know why it's in my head. I've got no idea.
Am I right? I'm working my way, but yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why it's in my head.
God, if that's right, I'm going to really be mocked, aren't I? But yeah.
If that's right, then you're really old.
I am old, yeah.
I can't sing it, obviously, for obvious reasons. Right, so we'll let that Agrax shade coat on the checkers dry. But no, I've not done it anywhere else because, again, it's not a weathering coat at this stage. It's a... You might call it a patina coat, perhaps.
Patina coat, yeah. Never met the girl, but apparently she's supposed to be really nice, Patina.
I don't know why I like doing this on checkers and stripes before I do all the weathering. I don't know. I think it's just so that it makes me happy that I'm happy with the stripes and weathering, stripes and checkers before I move on. I don't know. Let's have a look. Linda was asking Jeff if Jeff is going to... Jeff says, spot on, Fox. US comedy was extremely bland and formulaic before it got a much-needed kick in the arse. From basically Monty Python. Charlie Brooker, that's it, says the Bobbins. Charlie Brooker's Christmas wipe.
Yeah, I know Charlie Brooker. Yeah.
Yep. Don't forget to look at my cat on a scooter, says Edward to Lynn, on the groups. Yeah, it's in the Boom Hut and Festa's group, the Festa's Workshop group. No, you will enjoy it, says Edward. It's really cool. Lynn Dipple says, why do water companies fill bottles up to the very top? Every time I open one, it spills all over me. Good question.
They're awkward.
Yep. Do. I'm sticking with you because I'm made out of glue. I was in my head today for some reason as well.
You need to get out more.
I'm going to do too. I don't know why. Some things just get into my head. I don't know why. Well, it's always a good tip if you've got a pattern of two different colours and they're too contrasty.
Yeah.
Like you've got let's say you've got a yellow car with lots of white stripes on it, and you're just thinking the white and the yellow, it's too contrasty. It's not. Or you've got something that's got it's blue.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a medium blue, but with light blue pattern on it, and the difference is too much. Or you've done highlights on something. You've got like a blue object. Yeah. Say a blue cloak, and you've got light blue highlights, but there's too much contrast. You can blend them together with a glaze, which is what I'm really doing with the Agrax shade. A glaze, if you've got a dark blue cloak with light blue highlights and they're too contrasty, get a blue glaze on it, and it softens the highlight, but without getting rid of it.
It does.
Mm-hmm. Or if you've got, let's say a blue power sword and you've painted on some white lightning crackles on it like it's all electrical and they're looking a bit too bright, a blue glaze makes them look more like cold blue electric charge type stuff. Right, let's do some more Agraxings, I think. Oh, not yet. Not quite dry yet.
Yeah, you know you want to.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? While I'm waiting to dry, what are you doing?
I am just about to start doing some lead belcher in a few places on these dials and bits, and yeah.
Oh, you know what I could do while I'm here? I could put some agrax on the. Oh no, I'll do that in a minute.
Yeah.
I put some agrax on my bare metal plates because they're supposed to look rusty and dirty by the end of it. So I could do that while I'm here.
Yeah. No, I'm just doing a bit of touch up in a few places.
Yeah, that's what the Asbo's about, mate. We've talked about that.
I have, mate, but hey, you know. No, it's just all those little bits in it that you see, and you're like, yeah, I'll give that a go over.
Yeah. Well, I might go over my bare metal bits in a minute, because
it's many, many, many episodes away from being finished. Don't get me wrong.
Many episodes, Mahoney. Oh God, it's weeks and months to go yet.
Yeah, no, but it's just getting all the little details now that we can start picking out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just taken me what 3 hours almost to paint some stripes on 2 bits of those exhaust pipes. So
yeah, I've got my checkers to do yet. Next week I'll do them. So
there's weeks and weeks and weeks to do left on this yet.
Yeah, so I'll sit and do them next week. You can mock me mercilessly then.
Very, very close, says Jeff. I had to look it up. Working my way back was by the Spinners.
Oh, Spinners, there you go. Cross.
Did you say it was?
I said the Drifters.
Drifters. It's a verb.
So I was like, yeah.
Jeff says, hey, Lynn, missed your message. I'll be home, but I'll be having a new air conditioner fitted. Lynn says, okay, I'll just swing by then. Oh, I guess they live near each other now. Bless you, Jeff, and your bank account, says Edward, about his air conditioning. Paul DiTomasa says, I need to figure out what to work on now that I've completed my Halloween build. What is in your stash?
Yeah. What choices have you got? What choices have you got, Paul? Tell us all the choices and we'll help you.
Now, we know your situation at the minute, so I would say whatever is in your stash that you think you can get the most building and painting out of for the longest possible time.
Exactly. That's
like if you have one of these in your stash, you could work on it for months. I know you haven't got one of these, but what have you got something in your stash that could keep you busy painting for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks?
Yeah, maximum build time is what you want.
Yeah, minimum effort. I mean, no, maximum effort, but minimum expense.
Yeah.
Whatever's in your stash that you can get a lot of painting out of, that should be you.
Yeah.
Especially this time of year. You don't want to be spending money right now anyway, so
no.
Try and find something in your stash that can give you into the new year, and then just paint it really, really slowly.
That's all we're doing.
Yeah, like if you've got an option of airbrush or brush paint it.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, a few months ago, this would have been built, painted, and on the shelf by now.
Yeah. If you've got like a big tank and your option is to either sponge all the chips on or brush paint them because it'll take you 5 times as long and you get more mileage out of it. If you're on a tight budget, you want to stick with what you've got in your stash.
Exactly.
Slow, my friends.
I concur, young fox. I concur.
Sir, I concur, sir. La 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 la. Jeff says, yes, Edward, this Sunday is going to hurt bad. Yeah, your air conditioning and your heating.
Mm.
I mean, air conditioning not so bad this time of year, but your heating, you kind of need that.
Mm.
Unless you just burn the air conditioning units to get heat in the middle of the room. May not work there. Right, next wash of diluted Agrex earthy.
That was the sound of Fox's brush of many washings.
That was me agitating my fluids.
Ooh, steady, Neris.
4, 5, we'll do 6. 6 of them. It's not easy to put stuff in this little thing when it moves around like that. Yeah, the thing is, you see all these videos where they say you get 3 of them and 5 of them and you make this diluted wash of your shade. It's like, great, but you paint like one thing and suddenly you run out of shade already.
Yeah.
What you really need to do is make a big pot of slightly diluted shade that'll last you forever. That'd be great.
Yeah, I tend to use them.
Oh, yeah.
Make me shade in them, mate. You end up with...
I did actually buy like 100 of those. I should probably do that at some point.
Yeah, you end up with 50 shed loads. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't. I should probably do something like that.
Well, yeah, you should do, because you've got one of the pots coming to store it in, so...
Well, I've got hundreds of them anyway. I wanted to buy some and it was like a bag of 100 of them or something. I'm like, really?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, I did them on my Fox and didn't look at the actual numbers on the thing I ordered.
Yeah, it turned up and I'm like, okay, I've now got far more of those than I actually need.
Time to mix all the paint in the world.
Yeah. Well, that'd be wise because there's some easy line there.
Easy line, what's that?
I was trying to figure out why I couldn't get my brush close enough to that bit. It's like, what is it catching on its easy line?
Easy. Fine.
Didn't see it.
Now, what I'll have to do with that checker panel going underneath the other panel later on, I will do some darkening under that reset. I'll turn the thing upside down and do a shade into there later on, or a brush of some sort to darken it. Right, so that's that on there. I think that's all we need on those checkers.
It's surprising how big these things are, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. They're not of an insignificant size, are they, or stature?
We have got ourselves into some quite interesting positions with these.
Yeah, and we're not even paid for it.
No.
Right, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to shade the metallic bits, but I'm not going to be doing like normal on my mechanical metallic bits. I'm going to be shading just these like panels on the bodywork, like the bare metal bits of checker plate and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this isn't a shade, this is a weathering, because I want these to look rusty and dirty, so I'm going to give them a coat of Agrax, and then we'll add some rusty shades later. So this isn't, I'm not doing all my metallic gubbins and things like that. They're not being touched yet. But this is just going to be normal Agrax, I think, because these need to look old and rusty. This might not work, but I figure the easiest way to make these look rusty and horrible is just use rusty, horrible colours.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing.
Yeah. You know what I'm doing.
Oh, I know what you're doing. I do, you know.
You know many things, you do.
He knows all the things.
Right smart you are.
Yeah. We know what he's doing, I does. I do, you know, I don't.
He knows at least 3 things about what I'm doing. At least 3 things.
Yeah.
I'm using my mixing brush again. What am I? Oh, God damn it.
I don't know what you're doing.
I've got a brush that I use for getting the paint out of the pots into the palette and stuff, and I keep finding myself using that for some dumbass reason.
Even though I said just now, I know what you're doing, I'm going to retract that statement and say I don't know what you're doing now.
Yep. I say I don't know. I say. Well, I'm sticking with you because I made out of glue, so.
That's what we did there. Let's get a bit of that in there. Like so. And then you can have a bit of
this
that.
I can afford to be a little slapdash with on these like sort of bits of checkerboard and stuff. I don't need them all to be uniformly shaded, but if I get like a few streaks on there, that's fine.
Yeah.
It looks a bit more like natural weathering then. It's just dirt and grime that's built up.
Right.
So take a wet brush and maybe streak some of it away.
A bit of the old lead belcher in there.
It'll all need to look the same.
And we can start.
And again, I'm not doing it on the mechanical parts. This is just the metal plating on the. I don't even know if hull's the right. What would you? Is it hull? I don't even know if it's hull or armor on this thing.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? Yeah.
Is it a tank? It'd be a hull. Is it a mech? Then it'd be armor, I suppose.
Yeah, if it was a tank, it would be a hull, wouldn't it? So might as well say that. Yeah.
But is it more like a mech? In which case, it'd be armor.
Yeah.
V confusing. So I can leave a few streaks here and there because when it dries, it'll just look like different bits of random dirt and streaky rust. And I've got other colours to add more rust as well. So, of course, there'll be dry brushing and stuff over these metallic parts later as well. So that's not the end of the world. So I can be a bit messy. Wet my brush and just streak some of it away. I don't know if you can see that. So I can have darker at the bottom. Now, if I was clever and thought in advance, I could have actually done some wet blending of the shades while I was doing it, but I didn't think of that. It's too late now. It doesn't matter. doesn't matter.
It's never too late. It's never too late.
Apart from when it's too late. Never too late. Is it too late? Yeah, it's too late now. Oh, okay.
A bit of that under there.
Ooh, a bit of that. You like a bit of that, don't you?
I do.
You're partial to a bit of that, aren't you?
Yeah.
You filthy, dirty little bugger.
I like a bit of that. A bit of this and a bit of that.
Lots of that, a little bit of that.
Go on there. We can have that on there.
I'm only doing this on panels. I'm not doing it on mechanical bits. Not that kind of shade.
Lynn Dipple says belly, chicken fajitas, chips and salsa, rice and guacamole, cheese, papilla with honey and water.
I like a bit of guacamole. I do quite like guacamole. It's quite nice, actually. I like the way you say fajitas.
Fajitas, yeah. A unique way of saying things.
Oh, yeah. Like, I'm not doing a wash on that fan yet because that needs a proper depth shade.
Yeah.
This is just for... This is just for discolouring my metal parts, but if you pardon the expression. So on this chain, I'm going to make this chain rusty so that I can have a brown wash. But yeah, this isn't a depth shade. This is purely a rusting shade. Which I'm making up as I go along, let's be perfectly honest.
No wrong with that. We all do that.
I can't really tell you the rules of this because I literally am just making it all up. Pulling it out of my ass as we speak.
There are no rules because...
Talking it.
Talking it.
It's the ultimate reason and excuse for anything. Why have you done that? Talking it. Yeah, but it's your annual report on these performance statistics for your department.
Yeah, but it's all... Pardon me.
Steady, Neris. This is really a discoloration, not a weathering. Not darkening, I'm just changing the colour of these metal panels, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I 100% know what you mean.
Now, you said that before last night and then lost track of what I was doing because I confused you.
Yeah.
Because I did something wrong and then it went and you went, I didn't know what you meant. But you know what? That notwithstanding, I'm sticking with you because I'm made out of glue.
Absolutely. There you go. Have you some of that?
Have you some of that?
He said he wants you to have some of that. So here you are. You can have some of that.
This is some of that here that you can have. That now, that.
He wanted some of that, and he gave him some of that.
Some of that was given to him, and he had that which he was given.
Now he's got all of that, and some of this. Right. So we got a bit of that on there.
A little bit of this and a little bit of that.
A little bit of this and a bit of that.
That's right.
Right, that's a bullet hole up there.
That's a bullet hole. There you go. It's a bullet hole. That is it. I don't know what weathering to do on the copper parts apart from verdigris. I'm not really sure about that. I don't know how copper weathers apart from verdigris. I have to think about that later. Later, you say. Later. Indeed, we say later. That's what we say. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm just waffling now.
Yeah, but is it productive waffling?
No, it's just my brain's making little farts of words.
Okay. It's a bullet hole, isn't it?
I guess it's like a copyright safe way of humming.
Right. We've got some of that on there.
Oh, excuse you.
Have you a bit of that? Okay, we have got...
Kaplunk, he can go over there and wait.
Shh, we've got a bit of copper to go on this. Let's clean that
I'll
off.
have to do some of the little panels underneath at some point, but I'll do them shortly.
Get them done.
Let's have a look at chat. Colin, have you stood up tonight, says Lynn?
I did at 2 o'clock, and I should be standing up shortly, darling, because it's 4. We'll be coming off at 4:30 anyway, because I shall need to go and have me dinner and all of that lot.
Paul Di Tommaso says, honestly, Fox, I prefer the building part than painting. I have a lot of kits available to me. I'm just not feeling any particular one. If you want a really long building process, wooden planes.
Yeah.
Proper old school wooden frame planes with the paper tissue.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll take you months. Or wooden boats. Oh.
Yeah.
You can get them like wooden glider, wooden plane kits, can't you, for like dirt cheap? And it's just like a balsa wood frame and you get the tissue. Yeah.
That's how I started out. First kit was the Wright Brothers plane. Is it Kitty Hawk?
Was it Kitty Hawk? I don't know.
I know. Can't remember what it was called. That might have been the Kitty Hawk. I could be wrong.
For some reason, my brain's just going Spirit of St. Louis, but no, that's not the Wright Brothers.
That was, what's his name? Wasn't it Lindbergh, was it?
That was Lindbergh, wasn't it? Yeah. Spirit of St. Louis or Louis. Yeah. Paul says, I'd like to get the ATST from Bandai to add to my collection, that along with the C-3PO, the B-Wing, and Biker Scout with Speeder Bike.
Yeah, do it.
Fox, we live in Texas and use the air conditioning all year long. Oh, yeah, good point. Paul Di Tommaso says, Edward, I think I paid something like $21 on a Hobby Lobby deal. Paul says, no Hobby Lobby here in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Oh, Canada, something land.
Yeah. That would have been an opportunity for you to get your own Canada flag going there, mate, wouldn't it?
It loves getting off my arse. It's at that time of the night when I'm standing up is at a premium.
Yeah.
Good boy, Colin, says Lynn.
Yeah, I shall stand up shortly, darling.
Edward Leonard says wood and then wood on. Wood on.
See what he did there.
I don't know why he's talking about his wood. It's making me a little bit nervous now. Now, here's the next colour. We are going to do something unusually unusual. We're going to go for some Cassandra yellow, I think.
Oh, that's got a ring to it.
Yeah, it's a bright orange because it's yellow, obviously. Now, what I'm going to do on the stripes is get it on there, but then do a lot of watering down as I go. I think this may go horribly wrong. I don't know yet. I'm not quite. Actually, do we want to do Cassandra yellow? Or do we want to do? Let's go for. Let's just see what happens. Let's just do it. Don't think about it. Just do it.
Do it, Fox. Don't think about it. Just do it, geez.
Don't think about it. Just do it. So Cassandra yellow. I could probably thin it down a bit. I suppose that might be a good idea. It's like Wednesday all over again, isn't it?
Jeez.
1, 2, 3, 4,
shit, 5.
5 of them.
You're a bad man.
1 of them.
I like peas.
Look at that colour. That's a beautiful colour. Ooh. It's almost edible. We shall not use the mixing brush. We should use the actual shade brush. Handy tip, get a thing with some blue tack on so you can tilt your little palette thing at an angle and have all the shade in one corner.
Oh, you're good. I keep telling you this is why you're a guru, but you won't have it.
Good. And I'm also cheap. That's why I do it. Yeah. Now, the beauty of this is it's kind of almost invisible, but it will bring some orange to the yellow, but it will also really give some, it's hard to explain, but it'll give a little bit of pop to the black. Now, you don't really want black to pop because black's already a bit too contrasted compared to yellow anyway, but it will just give a little bit of pop to the black and make it look a bit more interesting. And again, it will also serve to bring together the yellow and the black borders where they meet and kind of unfuzz them a little bit. So where you've got a slightly fuzzy bit where it's not quite a neat straight line, it will kind of just hide that and make it look a bit more like a solid line.
You're a fuzzy bit.
There you go. It was made with fuzzy logic. It's hard to explain, really. It is really quite difficult to explain it, but it's just weird. So we'll let that dry for a moment. And while that is drying, I shall find an tissue that I've thrown away. And tissue. I was having a conversation today. I actually said soldiers.
Oh, proper way of yeah.
Yeah, proper. That actor who played the guy in Star Wars, soldiers.
Yeah.
When ready, what's his name? I've forgotten his name now.
Yeah.
Soldiers. Proper. Get the words out, Fox. You absolute moron.
Proper pronunciation.
Proper. Oh, what's the Pathé newsreel pronunciation?
Grayson. Yeah.
My brain was trying to say Bethesda, and I was like, what does I say Bethesda for? I want to say Pathé, you idiot. Right now.
Did I make you cringe again? I did, didn't I?
Yes. Now, wait, no, you didn't. My brain made me cringe. My brain was trying to say Bethesda when I wanted to say Pathé. I don't know why. Now, all the Agrax shade is still wet on a lot of these silver panels.
Yeah.
So I've got some Fuegan orange, which is a dirty orange colour.
Oh, you're good.
And it's brilliant as a shade. It's brilliant for like a rusty effect. And what I like to do is, while that shade is still slightly sticky in some places, is basically just slap this on.
Slap it on.
Not everywhere. Put it on a little bit, wet my brush, and then munge it around. Because that way I don't get a solid orange coat. I don't want to cover the whole thing. Let's see if we can do a better example here. I've got a big panel somewhere. You're a big panel.
I like being a big panel.
Like this thing here, this panel here. Let's say, I don't know if you can see that. I could put it everywhere. I'm going to do it there like that. Still a little bit sticky with the other one. Wet my brush, clean it off. Then I can just munge that around. It just gives me a little bit of something. And if I wanted to, I could cover the whole panel. Some of them I might cover the whole thing just to make them all look a bit different. Wet my brush, rinse it off, and I can work it away. Now, ideally, what you do is you put the Agrax on, and then you put the Fuegan on straight away. So they're all both wet, and you can wet blend them, but I kind of forgot. So it is what it is. And it looks a bit orangey now, but it will darken down a bit. You can, of course, do this other way around. I forgot. Oh, no, I put some Agrax on there, I think.
But I believe you, mate.
Yeah. So there you go. I can. When you put a shade on there, you can rinse your brush off and work it around, fade it away. I can put some more on down the bottom here. So when it dries, that'll be a little bolder down the bottom and lighter at the top. It's fun to work with shades and mix them as you go along. If you're doing
that's the fun of it, isn't it? Yeah.
If you're doing bases and stuff, you can just like work with shades all at the same time and get your colours built up. If you're doing like somebody stood on a metal base of some sort, like some checker plate, just get your shades on there and your greens and your browns and just start mixing them all up together. So I'm going to try. I don't know if you saw that one there, but I'll do another one. Let's try on this one. I'm trying to suggest that obviously there's rain going on and you get more rust at the bottom of plates and things like that. I don't know if you'll see on this one here. Put some on there, like that. Clean the brush, keep it wet, fade it away down to the bottom. Get rid of some of that because it's a bit too strong. And if I want to get a bit more dirty, I can come back with the Agrax shade. Get a brush full of that. Nothing stopping me. Coming back with a bit more of that, mixing it in.
Yeah, this, a bit of that.
Yeah, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Bring some of this back. Just keep working it. It's just all water-based goodness.
Absolutely. Dorkosaurus is in, saying hello. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Hello, dude. Okay, that one didn't quite come out exactly as I'd hoped, but it's good. All gravy. It looks a bit too orangey, so I might go with some more Agrax once that's dried, just to darken it down. If it comes out looking too orange, you can always go in with some more Agrax later to darken it. Let's put some on this bit here. But I'm trying to make sure I've got a lot of it collecting at the bottom of plates and less at the top.
Yeah.
Just to suggest, water's running down and it's collecting in recesses and things. Because again, this isn't weathering. This is just, I'm changing the colour of them, really. I'm not trying to weather them at this stage. I'm not trying to suggest or get all the recesses and things. And I won't do it on everyone, because not everyone needs it. Some of them it'll have, some of them it won't. There you go. So you've got one here. Maybe a bit less at the top.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put a bit there, because it'll collect in that recess and collect around there. Make sure it does gather around rivets. And we can do more rust later on when we do the oil paints and stuff. But just having fun with it. I don't want the silver plates to just look like silver. I want them to look all kinds of different colours. Yeah. And rust isn't all one colour. Maybe like that. I can see all these little splatters of white paint where I've dry brushed white paint on other bits and splattered it all over the rest of the model. No.
Yeah, that's when you sit there going, oh.
That's fine. We can hide all that.
So stand up for a minute.
You're a stand-up guy. Never let it be said you're not.
Oh. Eek. We stood up, Lynn. We stood up, Lynn. We stood up.
More horizontal plates. I'll try to keep the rusty colours to the edges and rather than in the centre. So I like doing this bit because this is where you just like, you don't need skill for this. This really is just like slap stuff on there, and a lot of times gravity's doing a lot of the work for you.
Oh yeah, it's the easy way, isn't it?
It's just fun then. It's not like there's no real skill doing like weathering and stuff and this kind of washes and things. It's just good fun. Good filthy fun. What are you doing? What are you working on at the minute? More
Nothing.
chipping?
I'm stood up, mate. I did tell you that.
No, I know you stood up, but I know you could have been doing something still.
No, I'm doing nothing stood up at the moment, mate, because I'm holding on to the arm of the chair so I don't fall over, mate.
Very good.
Yeah. You're talking to the bloke that uses sticks. Yeah. So I'm doing diddly squat at the moment, apart from gripping the edge of the chair.
Well, we're finishing in a minute, aren't we? Anyway, so.
Yeah.
You finish whenever you need to, dude. I'm happy.
No. I'm just standing up to let the feet get a bit of life back in them, and then we'll come off at 4:30.
Yep. You're standing up to let all the farts out.
No, I've done good, mate. I've only let one out tonight.
That's rubbish.
No.
I've not felt an imminent build-up of Trump, I have to be honest.
No, normally you do it as soon as we come off air. It's, I've got something to say. What's that, mate? And I fall for it every week.
Yeah, I've not felt anything building up. I try. Sometimes I hope they turn up before we go off air, but normally they only appear right afterwards. It's like, really? Because I want the people to enjoy my, butt trumpets as much as the next guy. But sometimes it's just not meant to be.
I'm amazed you could actually sit down after the one you did last week. After the was it Warhammer Sunday?
Yeah, I like to think of it more of a skill.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that man's clearly ill.
I felt great, to be perfectly honest. It felt great from my end.
Oh, yeah, captain switchy there, mate.
At my end.
This is what happens. There you go.
Right, I think that's all the little panels. Given a little bit of rusty tinge.
There you go.
They're really grubby now. They're all standing out before. Now they're all just like blending into all the other copper panels and stuff. It's like, it's all hidden away now. But we'll get like dry brush and metallics over those later, and that'll bring them all back out again.
Absolutely.
There you go. I'll do. I think I can call that done.
Are you happy?
Oh yeah, I'm happy.
Because earlier on you was a bit downjected, wasn't you, with your who'd you be calling me watching the flip thing?
Yeah, it was just me trying to force my brain to work some shit out. It's the to and fro, back and forth that I have to do with my brain.
Yeah, we all do it, mate.
Yeah, as I said, my brain hates me.
We overcomplicate in our head, don't we? And it's like, yeah, I'm hating it now, and then
yep. I don't know if other people have a brain that hates them, but my brain absolutely hates me.
Oh yeah, mine messes with me a lot. I still get that stage of the paint job, you know, where you sit there and you think, yeah, have I really killed this? Yeah. No, it's doing its thing. It seems to be coming out all right.
Ooh.
I'm happy with it now.
Good.
That's the key.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't 100% sure I'd get there with that spiral, but I thought after a minute I was like, you know what, let's just keep going with it. I'm sure I'll get there eventually.
It's one of them, mate,
it's
isn't
the
it?
usual routine. I wasn't really, I wasn't getting stressed out by or upset by it. I was more like, no, I'm not. More like doubt than anything. A little bit of doubt. I was like, no, I don't know. Maybe, not sure. Just needed to work it through for a minute. It would have gone. I would have either dropped it and redone it or carried on. And it would go one of two ways. Ooh. That sounded like a Jacob's ladder. Zzz, zzz, zzz.
No, that's just the 3D printer finishing.
Ooh. I thought it was like some sort of secret laboratory equipment that we didn't know about. It's alive! It's alive!
I couldn't possibly have anything secret from you, dear. You spot everything.
I have the all-seeing ears. I can't help it.
You spot and hear everything.
Yeah, ears like a shit house, right? You know it.
Absolutely. What are you doing? What are you doing? Scratching my arse, but yeah. Yeah. That's the 3D print at home in itself.
I thrive on sound, so I like to know what sounds are. I've always been like sound focused.
Well, it's your thing, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's kind of what you did with the whole dog sound thing and all of that gubbins, isn't it?
I like sound. Sounds are cool.
Might as well. Is that on the left-hand side? So it is. Be rude not to, being that we're coming off here, start the next print job. Why not? Yeah.
We printed secret things for your secret thing.
Yeah, I might be printing loads of secret things for my big box of secret things that is got loads of secret things in it.
And it's all secret.
But yeah, it's
secret, everyone's secret.
Yeah, it's kind of seeing it all in the box down there's made me realise that I need to get out a lot more and perhaps get a therapist.
Yeah, I was about to say, before you said that, I was about to finish the sentence, but my brain was going, get out a lot more? Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, I think I need to see an expert of some kind because I might slowly be losing my marbles, mate.
Don't you think that every time you look at your shelf, though? I mean, really?
Yeah, I'm beginning to get a bit concerned, you know. My missus ambled in the other day and she was like, holy shite, she says.
Yeah,
you clearly,
is in, by the way.
Yeah, I did say hello to him, mate, when you was talking.
Oh, my apologies. I was busy painting.
Oh, yeah, you was in mid-ramble, mate. I did acknowledge that he was there, mate. But, yeah, she was like, you clearly need to get out a lot more. But, yeah. And then she was intrigued by it, or she went, I'm glad I'm not in your head. Right, I'm going to bung you full screen so you can talk about what you've been doing tonight.
Okay.
Let's click that. There you go. That's Fox on the full screen, folks.
That's what I've done tonight.
Yeah, but you've had fun. You've been going round in circles. Is that what you're saying?
No. I see what you did there. Yep. Tonight I've not finished him yet. Got the stripes on, black and yellow. We've got a couple of dirty washes on there. I will next week do a few little sort of highlighty bits where I'll just maybe put some brightness to the yellow in the middle, and I'll make some of the black bits a little bright, just in certain areas, just to make it not like a uniform colour, and to hide some of the wash as well. And that'll probably just be glazes of the original yellow and black, or yellow, and then you'll see when I do it. And I've also dirtied up all the metal plates, which are still shiny because they're not dried yet, so you can't really tell. But dirtied up some of these metal plates.
Nice.
They'll look a bit less clean than silver now, and a bit more rusty fusty. The best one to show you is probably that one.
It's a monstrosity to move around, mate, isn't it? It's like, yeah.
And I've put a little bit of shading on the blue and white checkers, but just enough to not to colour them, but just to tone them down.
Tone it down a bit,
yeah. Less. It's more like a very dirty blue and white checkered restaurant floor now. This is what I was looking for. It's not weathered. It's just I've just glazed it a bit. So there you go. So that's what I've done, and I've done a molecule of painting on there for some of the metal panels. That's really all on that. But mostly it's me tube.
I know, but it's coming together, mate, isn't it? It's taking shape.
Slowly but slowly. And that was a challenge, and I had to fat my brain a bit, but we got there in the end.
You got there in the end, mate. Looking
mint,
mate.
Thank you very much. I used the force and we had faith.
Yeah, there you go, folks. That's what I've been up to. Let's move the camera off camera-ness so that you can see. Yeah, it's getting a bit mad again, Fox, isn't it? It's, yeah.
Getting a bit mad again.
Yeah, we've been doing lots of chipping around the yellow panels, the green panels, the red panels. Done a bit of chipping on the guns. Sorry?
What are you doing? Are you doing the chipping or the initial chipping, or what have you been doing both?
I've been doing both. I've got the yellow, light yellow, then I've got the chips inside as well. Some scratches and bits that have started. So yeah, chipping within chipping, mate. On that green one, I just want to go back in and pick out a couple of the edges. But yeah. So yeah, it's coming along. Same with the blue. That's had some chipping done in there. I don't know whether that's coming out because it's a bit shady in there. But yeah, you got the light, you got the different shades of it and the chips. So yeah, it's all getting there.
This is the thing. Now you're starting to add things like the chipping. This is where it steps a little away from it's all pastel colours. Now it's like it's metal plates.
Yeah, it's beginning to come together. You know, and it's same with the tubes as well. You know, they've had their initial, but don't forget, none of this has had shading on there yet. So it's all still very stark and bright, and so got all of that to go. This
is the stage at which it starts to take on that appearance of a solid metal object rather than just plastic.
Yeah, it's beginning to sort of come together, and then it's going to be shades and oils and so have
I not noticed the raggy flag on the back?
Sorry,
have I never noticed the raggy flag on the back before? Have you mentioned that before?
I've mentioned that quite a few times, mate. Yeah, look, there's raggy.
Have I not remembered that?
Yeah, that's the raggy pennant, mate. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Got a bit of raggy.
Are you going to try and put a pattern on that, or are you going to know what you can do with it?
I am tempted to put a Bad Moons image on there, mate. Yeah.
Cool.
So there's got to be something in there. But yeah, so that's where I'm at, you know, and obviously chipping in the doors and stuff. And then I'll hopefully start some more work on the grot tank at some point. Next week it's going to be checker in that. Yeah, why am I doing it to myself? And then obviously I want to try and get in and paint these dudes in the little, you know, because
I have nothing but regret for having those hatches open.
Yeah, those little black cavernous hatches have actually got little grots in them, folks, that we got to paint. The
thing is, though, even if you paint them really carefully and really well, they just kind of stop where the plastic floor is. So they just they're just like a blob sticking out of this molded flat surface. So if you paint them really well, they're going to look really weird.
Yeah. So but they're in there. But hey, you know, it's got a grot tank coming out of its belly. What can I say?
Yeah, that's a good distraction from the dude sticking
then
out.
Obviously on his head he's got an oak floor for me dudes to stand in.
Awesome.
So yeah, got that. And the head's got the spiky thing of not fall offness in there. And then it'll be detailing the dude up, and we've got all the dudes yet to paint for these well. And
when you said how long is it going to take to paint, but despite the fact we'll still be painting the stompa this time next year, we've then got all the dudes to paint, which is weeks of work as well.
We've got all the lenses to do, and oh mate, we've got so much to do yet.
Where's that other piece? I'll put this piece on.
Yeah, it's
I forgot to put anything on that bit. Oh.
It's the fun of it. So I'll come off full screen so you can see the other fella sat there.
I forgot to put any weathering on that, on any rusting on that panel there. Never mind.
Oh, bless you.
I knew I'd forgotten something.
But yeah, so hopefully, folks, you're happy with what we're doing and beginning to see how slight mad plans have come together. So, yeah.
I mean, this is the stage now where they start to look like mechanical, grubby things and not just plastic and paint.
Yeah, this is it.
Whenever you're painting something like this and you're going to make it look grubby and dirty and stuff, you get to this point where you have to say, it'll come together. It's not that it looks like shit face. That's a different thing altogether. But this is it goes from looking like a plastic toy to looking like an actual thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is that stage now with your chipping and my griminess and all
this is it. You know, I'm looking at it and I can spot where, you know, I haven't done the purple panels yet. I'm only a third of the way through the greens. I've got green on his head to do yet. And so, yeah, it's getting there. And then,
it's like the jaw on yours. It's gone from looking like a plastic yellow jaw to now you've got the chipping on there. It's like, it looks like a big chunk of like steel. Yeah, rusty steel that's been cut.
And that's got to have some scratches put on it. It's got to have a slight, bit, a little dry brush of a few silver scratches, just so where they haven't quite broken the paint, and then kneaded and the chips under them. And so
you got any kind of dirt and stuff you want to put on later, dry brushing oils and anything like that, rust and dirt and grime, and loads of
pigments
stuff
and all of that lot to go on it. So things like dot filters and mate, I
like pigments.
I was a pigment once.
When I finish this, I'm going to give it one final step of a pea glaze.
Yeah, it's pea green.
You do pea green?
I like pea green.
So we'll leave it there, folks. Let you get off. And do your thing, and we'll love and leave you, and we will see you for the next one, folks, which will be, you're doing your pimpage for today, are you, mate?
Yes, I shall be back hopefully today at 5 o'clock for some Cyberpunk 2077. So come and join me to play some games.
Absolutely. And then we'll be back for Warhammer Sunday at 5 p.m. Sunday, round about that time, and me and Dave will be back for the bench at 12:30, folks.
On Sunday, that's you done.
Yeah, and then obviously it'll be a Models Monday, then, won't it?
Ted's week. Ted's week's in store.
So we'll have that to do. So we will see you then. So massive, massive thanks for all your support, and we will see you on the next one, folks. Take care. Stay safe. Loves you all. Bye bye for now.
Adios, amigos. Bye.